Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack AI travel planner app in React Native using the Expo framework and the MongoDB as backend. So we'll be basically using the native wind for styling. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So let's initially check out the demo of the application. So initially we have like three tabs, that is the home tab, your guides tab, as well as the profile tab. So this is the initial home screen that's being shown, right? So here basically we have some UI related design, that is at the top a banner, and here it's going to show up all of the trips that the current user is created and the number of places they've added into their places to visit data. And here are some featured guides from users, and these are some of the UI related designs for your weekend trips as well as the popular destinations, which is a scrollable good looking view, right? So now let's actually check out what exactly happens if you press on create new trip plan. So here if you go, it should take you to a new screen, and here we can create a new trip by choosing a particular place. Okay, so if you select on this, over here we have implemented the Google Places autocomplete, right? So let's try to enter a place. I'm gonna say Coorg over here. Okay, I'm gonna say Coorg, Karnataka, and we're gonna choose the dates. So let's say I'm gonna choose it from 29th to 31st and then save. So once you press on start planning, automatically this trip should be created in the backend, and we should be navigated to the plan trip screen of this particular trip. So let's say start planning over here, and boom. So we came back to the new trip screen or the plan trip screen where the user can plan for this particular trip. Okay, so it's a really good design at the top where we show the banner and the trip details, that is the trip name and the dates for which it is designed, okay, or it is added. Okay, and over here we have basically around three buttons, that is your AI assistant screen where we can ask some questions related to the AI and it is going to give us results. And we also have the map screen as well. So let's basically check out the previous trip where I've already added few places, that is trip to Chikmagalur, Karnataka, and then India. Let's go over here, and there you go. So I've just added one place over here, that is Coorg Marriott Resort. I've just added a random place just for testing purposes. So yeah, the way to add a place is you're gonna press on add a place, and it opens up a model, and you can try to search for the places in Coorg. Let's say I'm gonna search for Raja Seat, and then I'm gonna press on enter. So once that is chosen, automatically that place gets added over here, right? So here once you press on that particular place, more details are going to be fetched and shown over here. Okay, these details are directly getting shown from Google, and if at all any detail is not present, for example the description, we're going to show undefined for now, and all of these ratings are normal correct dynamic data coming from the Google itself. Again, once you press on this, again you're able to see more details for that particular place, just like this. So we're going to do all the styling part and all with native wind, right? So that's how you add a place to your trip list or your places to visit list. Okay, now let's say I want to add one more place. I'm going to press on add place over here. I'm going to choose Mulayangiri Peak, this one. Okay, and boom, that got added. So we are able to see more details for this particular trip place as well, which is looking nice. So once you press on map, now all of these places which are present should be shown onto the map. That is just like this. Okay, and we have a really nice good view over here. Once you change this over here, it would point to that particular place, just like this. Okay, so this is your map view. This part is done. So let's check out the AI assistant tab that is over here. So once you go over here, we're going to show some automatic suggestions to the user saying like, best places to eat in that particular trip name, whatever you've chosen. In this case, it's going to be Chikmagalur. So I'm going to choose the second option, that is 3-day itinerary to Chikmagalur, Karnataka. And as you can see, it is currently thinking. And there you go. It has given us the correct response. That is what and all needs to be done. That is day 1. Morning, you can arrive in Chikmagalur, check out and your accommodation. Then all of these, details. Afternoon, you can do this, and evening, you can do this as well. Okay. So it is given all the itineraries for all the 3 days, such as day 1, day 2, day 3, what needs to be done for morning, afternoon, as well as evening, and even some shopping related tips as well. Okay, so now we also have a email icon over here at the bottommost part for every chat that comes with the AI response. Once you press on the email icon, automatically this email would be sent to the person who's currently logged in if they're interested in getting the itinerary into that email. I'm going to press on email over here. It's going to ask send email to this particular email ID because that's the user who's currently logged in. I'm going to press on send. And there you go, success email sent successfully. You can basically check out that particular itinerary in your email as well. And you can ask in any query, not only all of these ones, it should give the correct results. Okay, so let's check out the next one. That's the itinerary tab. So here again, I've added a bunch of, places to the itinerary. That is the Mullyanagiri Peak as well as the Coorg Marriott Resort and Spa. The places are added randomly as of now, just for the demo. Okay, so you can actually use again AI to create the itinerary. So this would create places and it would give you a bunch of suggestions based on whatever you like. You can add those places to those particular dates, that is for the dates for which the trip is being chosen. So I'm going to press on use AI to create itinerary. As you can see, it's fetching all of the AI suggestions. Once it's done, it's going to show up the model. And boom, so it has given us a bunch of places, that is AI suggested places. So let's say I'm going to choose, it is given about 5 places. I'm going to choose the date. You need to choose the date to which it has to be added. I'm going to choose Wednesday. It says add AI suggested place to Wednesday, that is 37. Let's say I'm going to choose the Happy Waterfalls, and if you come back over here, it is done. Okay, so automatically we can directly add the place, and we can add it manually as well. Even that feature is given. So let's say add a place. It should choose the previously added places from your this list, that is the places to added list. If at all you want to add it manually, let's say I want to add it manually to the second day of the trip. I'm going to choose, I want to add in Raja Seat Garden, and there you go, that place got added to the itinerary. Okay, it's that pretty simple. We're going to implement all of this in this particular section. Finally, we have the expenses tab for a trip. Okay, for a particular trip, you can add a new expense. Okay, you can enter the description. So let's say sightseeing, and you can choose the category or you can choose whatever you want. Let's say for some activities or sightseeing itself, amount, I'm going to enter 400, and paid by is me as of now, and I'm going to say don't split, or everyone, I'm going to say add expense, and boom, there you go. We're able to see sightseeing being added. And similarly, you can add in more budgets as well. So currently it's kept in dollars, we can convert into rupees later. Okay, so that's pretty much it about your plan trip screen. This is how you plan a trip. So the next one is basically your guide tabs. Basically we have around 3 places. So here user can check out the information related to these places. So once you press on this, we're going to go into the guide details screen, where it is going to show us the itinerary, the details of the place, and some travel tips, because these are some of the famous places to visit. So you can check out that as well. Okay, so that's it about this screen. That is the guide screen. The next one is your profile screen. So here basically we're going to show the details of the user that's currently logged in. So this is the email of the user. We have the sign out button, and these are the trips created by the user, and it's also going to show us when the trip is exactly gonna come. So our next trip is in 1 day, that is tomorrow, that is for Chikmagalur, and this is in again 1 day, that is Coorg. Okay, and once you press on sign out, automatically the user should be logged out and we should be thrown on to the login screen. Let's press on sign out. So here we have a simple and minimalistic design for your login as well as sign up. So if you press on sign up, again you come back over here, you can create your email as well, and also you can log in through Google too. So we have implemented this using the clerk based authentication. So let's say I want to sign with Google. Okay, it asks expo wants to use google.com to sign in. Press on continue, and there you go. I'm going to press on the same account, coda09ag, and then continue. And there you go, we are currently logged in and we came back to our same particular application with this particular user account. Now I'm going to log out and then show with a different account. Then these places should not be present because that user might not have created a trip, right? I'm going to again log in with the second account that's present. Let's say this one. Continue. And there you go. So this user has not yet created any trip. This is basically a fresh user. So over here it says no trips found, create a new trip. Okay, that's pretty much it. So we're going to implement this much in this particular project, probably in 2 parts. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. Let's get started with building up this project. So now the first step is to create a fresh new expo managed project. So let's go do that. So currently I've just opened up my VS Code and I'm inside of my build folder. So here let's try to create our first project. So I'm going to paste in the code. So it's going to be npx create expo app at latest. So you can pass in your project name, that is travel app YouTube in my case, and then hyphen template, expo template, blank type script. Okay, let's press on enter. So as you can see, it's going to create an expo project with the blank templates of TypeScript. Let's give it a couple of minutes for us to initialize the project for us. So once it's initialized, we're going to go into the project directory that is within our build folder and then look into the project files. So let's wait for a couple of minutes. So there you go. It says your project is ready. So to run your project, you need to navigate to the directory and run one of the following npm commands that they've given over here. So I'm just going to say file over here, and then I'm going to say open folder, and I'm going to go into my build, and the first one, that is travel app YouTube. Okay, so as you can see, towards the left hand side is the initial file structure that expo has given us. That is once when we initialize a fresh new expo managed project. So initially let's add in the module resolution to our tsconfig.json. So here basically I'm going to say module resolution, set it to be node, save, and let's come back to the app.tsx. Okay, so this is the main point of the file, or the main point of your application where the app is going to run. So basically whenever your app runs, this is what is going to be shown at the initial point. Okay, so let's actually try to do that. So I'm going to press on terminal and then new terminal. So to run the app, I'm going to say npx expo start, and then I'm going to press on enter. So this should basically start off the Metro bundler, and there you go. It has given us a bunch of options to see the application onto the simulator. In my case, I'm going to use a iOS simulator. So we need to press on I to install the app onto the phone. If all you're using Android, press on A. If you want to see the app on the web, press on W. Okay, I'm just going to press on I over here. So there you go, opening this particular on iPhone 16 Pro. Let's wait for it to open. So there you go, it's building up your JavaScript bundle. So once it's done, it's going to basically return this particular text. So there you go. It says open up app.tsx to start working on your app. So this is basically a starting point of the application. So we're going to start building up the initial screens. Okay, so we're going to also make use of native wind for styling this time, which is pretty useful, and it's pretty easier than the normal CSS styling. So let's get started with integrating that. And basically this is the first screen that we're going to build up, that is basically related to your UI design itself. Okay, so we're going to build up this one as well as the guides screen, and once we finish these two, we're going to go into the implementation part. So yeah, let's get started. Let's initially look into the integration of your native wind into the application. Let's head over to Chrome. I've already opened up the docs. You can just search for native wind just like this. In the first link, you can press on get started, and we're going to make use of the expo framework. So make sure you are going to go and install from the yarn package. So all of these are needed as of now. I mean, yeah, you can actually use expo as well. So copy this down, and then let's install this, and let's also initialize the React navigation as well. So React navigation, yeah, let's install both of them. I'm just going to say new terminal over here and then paste in the code, enter. So it's going to install all of these dependencies which are required for integrating your native wind into the application. Second step, set up Tailwind CSS. So we need to run npx tailwind CSS init to create a new tailwind.config.js file. Let's go ahead and then do that. Okay, so here I'm just gonna run the command npx tailwind init. So you should be seeing that file being created. There you go. These are the tailwind.config.js file being created for us. Okay, so the next step is you need to add all of the paths to your components files in your tailwind.config.js, so that for that particular file, if at all we write this style, it is going to get included. So I'm just going to paste in my code for that. You can take a look at it. Okay, so these are our files that we're going to write the code in, that is /screens, components, navigation. So we're going to include all of the extensions such that even if we write the style for that particular extension or file format, it is going to work as expected. Okay, so this step is done, that is setting up your Tailwind CSS. The next thing is we need to create a CSS file and then add the Tailwind CSS directives. This is important. So create a global.css file. So here I'm going to say global.css file and then paste in all of these over here. So save the file. Okay, so the next step is we need to add in the Babel preset. So you can actually create a babel.config.js file if at all it's not there inside of your project. I'm going to say new file, babel.config.js, paste it over here. All right, apart from that, we need to also make the change for the metro.config.js. We need to create it at the root of the application, and we need to add the following configuration, which is going to include your native wind. So let's minimize this. I'm going to say new file, metro.config.js, add in the code, and we need to provide in the input, that is the globals.css, which is already created over here. Save. And apart from that, let's look into the next one. We need to import your CSS file within your main app.js, app.tsx. Okay, so let's come back over here, and I'm going to say app.tsx. Just try to directly import your global.css, that is at the root of the application. So save. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is basically, let's look into that. Yeah, we need to modify the app.json. Okay, or yeah, we can basically skip this part because I've not done it in my previous application while building it up. So let's also initialize our code for navigation, or let's actually try to make this work first and then let's try to implement that. So yeah, let's try to cut the server once, and I'm going to try to reload the app. I'm just going to say npx expo start. So there you go, native wind made. So as you can see, created native wind env.d.ts, which is good. So you can actually check that out. So there you go, it's created that. So this should basically apply the styles to our file. That is once when we start writing it. Let's give that a try. I'm going to press on I over here. So hopefully there should be no issues. It should load as expected. And boom, there you go. Let's give this a try. I'm just going to say class name. I'm going to say text red 500. So there you go. We're also getting the auto suggestions, which is good. Save, and boom, we're able to see the color of this being changed, which is good, right? So we have set up the native into our application. So similarly, we're going to start implementing the design part, that is starting off from the home screen. So before that, let's head over to the navigation part and let's try to initialize all of the required things for the navigation. So let's press on read docs, and I'm going to say, with the help of yarn, I'm going to install this. So come back to yarn, enter that. Apart from that, we need to install all of these dependencies into an expo managed project if at all using that, which is true. So copy this down and let's wait for this to complete, and then we're going to paste it over here. Yeah, so it's taking some time, so let's wait for some more time. Yeah, so this is done. So let's try to install this. After that, we need to head over to your React navigation, then yarn, copy that, paste it over here. All right, apart from that, pretty much that's it. We need to install the bottom tabs as well. So React native bottom tabs, just like this. The first link, yarn, copy that code and then come back over here and let's try to paste it. Okay, this is done. So yeah, we are good at this point of time. So we need to create some folders that we are gonna use. I'm gonna say new folder. One is for the screens and another folder is for your components. The next one is for your, let's say, navigation. Okay, apart from that, we're gonna also have some context being used further. So everything is going to get created at the root level itself. So context, yeah, pretty much that's it. Inside navigation, let's create your tab navigator.tsx. I'm going to say tab navigator.tsx. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet and then save the file. Okay, let's first of all try to implement this and then let's try to run our application. Okay, so initially let's try to create our tab over here. I'm going to say const tab is going to be equals to create bottom tab navigator. Import that, or let's import it manually. So there is some issue related to this, so not sure. Let's try to reload once. Let's see if it comes back. Okay, so it says unable to resolve lists and virtualized utils from node modules, React Native node modules, and then this particular path. So not exactly sure why it is giving this. So let's try to, start off the app. Okay, so not sure why I'm not able to start the app. So it says a different error. Basically cannot find module tailwind css / package.json. Okay, so let's try to, add in that package once. I'm just going to say yarn add tailwind css into the package.json. All right, let's try to reload once. Let's see what exactly is happening. Let's restart npx expo start. Enter. Okay, so we do still have that issue. So it says native and only supports tailwind css version 3. All right, let's change the version. I'm going to point it to 3.4.717. Just do yarn 1 so it updates it. And now let's give it a try. So npx expo start. All right, it's starting, which is good. Let's reload once. Let's open up the app. If it works well and good, we can continue writing of the app that is from tab navigator, which is good. So let's try to import that file, not file, basically your package. So it's not giving any suggestion. Let's auto import it. Let's manually import it. So import your create bottom tab navigator. Let's first of all check if at all it's been installed. React Native bottom tabs, yeah, it is there. Copy that code, and over here I'm going to say create a bottom tab navigator from this particular package. Okay, there is a double at save. All right, so here I'm going to create my tab navigator. Yeah, this is done. So let's try to return the tab.navigator instead of the view. I'm going to say tab.navigator. Here also it's going to be your tab.navigator. Within that, we're going to have the first screen, that is tab.screen. So here basically we're going to have something known as the home stack as well as the guide stack. So I'm going to say home stack.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet and then guide stack.tsx. So guide stack.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet and then save the file. So to get all of these shorthand code snippets, you need to have installed ES7 inside of your systems. That is basically if you go into the extensions tab, search for ES7. So it's going to be this one, that is, yeah, this one, ES7 React, Redux or React Native snippets. So this would basically give you all of the shorthand code snippets for you, right? So yeah, this is done. So let's actually create some screens as of now. Basically the home screen, all these, okay? So I'm going to say home screen.tsx rnfes. Furthermore, your guide screen.tsx. We also need the guide detail screen.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet and then save. Let's come back to your tab navigator. Here for the tab.screen, we're going to provide in the name. So I'm going to say name initially. That is over here. Name is going to be home. Okay. and component is going to be equals to home stack. Import that. We're going to provide some options basically. So I'm going to say options. Here basically I'm going to say tab bar icon. This in turn is going to take in your color as well as the size. Okay, so here we are going to say icons. Name is going to be equals to home. Color is going to be equals to color. And size is going to be equals to size. So we need to import your icons from your expo vector icons. Let's do that over here. Okay, so similarly let's do that for the remaining screens as well. Two more tabs. So name is going to be equals to guides. So it's going to be equals to your guide stack. Import that. This is going to be equals to your profile screen. Let's create that. Profile screen.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. So here I'm going to say profile screen. All right. So let's make the change for the icon name. So it's going to be home. This is going to be your book. This is going to be your person. All right. That's it. So let's try to save the file. This is your tab navigator. So here we can directly export it, which is already done. Okay, we need to provide some screen options as well. For the main tab.navigator, I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to your tab bar active tint color. That is going to be equals to basically FF5722. Not equals, I think colon. Okay, so apart from that, I'm going to say tab bar inactive tint color 666. Okay, my bad. Apart from that, your tab bar style, I'm going to say tab bar style. It's basically going to have a BG color. I'm going to say background color. White. Then we're going to say border top width as 0. Border top width is going to be equals to 0. Okay, so apart from that, I'm going to say tab bar icon style. Tab bar icon style is going to be equals to margin bottom of -3. Okay, and we're going to say tab bar label style. So tab bar label style, I'm going to say font size is going to be equals to 12. Apart from that, header shown is going to be equals to false. That's pretty much it for now. Let's try to save the file, and we can try to render this app navigator into the app.tsx for now. Remove everything as of now, and I'm going to say tab navigator. Save. Okay, my bad. We need to add in the navigation container. That's important. So navigation container, import that. Within that, wrap your tab navigator. Save. Okay, this navigator contains multiple screen components with the same name. Okay, so yeah, home, guides, profile. This should be profile. Save, and boom, it's working absolutely fine. So home, guides, profile, and we're able to switch between each of the tabs, which is looking good. Let's basically start off by designing your home screen.tsx. Okay, so let's initially have your home stack param list over here being described. I'm going to say export, or above this we can do it at the top of the screen. I'm going to say export type home stack param list is going to be equals to home main undefined. Then I'm going to say new trip undefined plan trip. I'm going to say it's going to be a trip of type any. Then we are also going to have AI chat as well. So AI chat, it's going to be undefined. And I'm going to say map screen, it's going to be undefined. Okay. So yeah, apart from this, you're going to define your tab navigator param list. I'm going to say export or type tab navigation or tab navigator param list is going to be equal to an object. We're going to have three parts: home, guides, as well as your profile. Okay, this is done. We're going to just combine your navigation prop type. So here I'm going to say type home screen navigation prop is going to be equals to your native stack navigator prop. This in turn is going to take in your home stack param list and your tab stack, I mean not tab stack, tab navigator param list. That's it for now. Save. So let's start initializing the navigation. Over here I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation. And let's try to initialize the return block design for now. I'm going to make use of a safe area view, import that from React Native, and we're also going to have your scroll view over here. Within this, we're going to have a view. Within that, we're going to have an image. Let's pass on the image, import image from React Native. And these are the styles given, that is width of 36, height of 8. Let's pass on the style for this. I'm going to say flex of row, justify of between, item center, padding x of 4, padding top of 4, padding bottom of 2. Save. Okay, so there is some issue. Let's look into that. Yeah, my bad. Okay, inside the home stack we didn't show the screens because yeah, we haven't designed that yet. That's the reason we're not able to see anything. Let's define the home stack param list for now. I'm going to say export type home stack param list. We're going to have a home main undefined. Furthermore, new trip, that is going to be undefined. Then we're going to say plan trip, it's going to be a trip of any. Let's initialize the stack over here. So const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. Here we're going to have your home stack param list. So home stack param list. Okay, so this part is done. So the next step is we need to initialize our home stack over here. So I'm just going to say return stack.navigator. Okay, within this I'm going to say stack.screen. So I'm going to say stack.screen. Name is going to be home main for now. Component is going to be home screen. So now we should be able to see that because we have designed this. Save. There you go. We're able to see that onto the screen. So there is no header shown for any of this part or any of these screens. So screen options directly to the main tab navigator. I'm going to say header shown to be of false. Save, and boom, that's working fine. Okay, let's start with the next part. Let's continue. So for the safe area view, we're going to give it some class name, basically flex of 1, bg of white. Save. Yeah, that got applied. For the scroll view, again flex of 1, class name flex1. So below the view, below the image, we're gonna have another view basically to show all of these things, that is a search bar and the pro icon. So we're gonna have a touchable opacity, import that from React Native. Below that, again another touchable opacity. Okay, so for this we're gonna have the class name given, that is bg yellow 400. Apart from that, padding x of 3, padding y of 1, rounded is going to be full. For this, I'm going to say class name. So this in turn is basically going to have, padding of 2, bg gray of 100. Okay, and we're going to have rounded of full. Within this touchable opacity, we're going to have a text which says basically the search bar. So you can actually use your keyboard. I actually forgot the command to open up the keyboard, so I'm just going to directly paste in the code. Text is going to be LG, just use in your keyboard icon over here. Save. Here we're going to have a text which says pro. As you can see, that's looking fine. Pass on the class name for this. It's going to be of text small, so text SM, font semi bold, text white. Okay, save. So for the view, let's make it into a row fashion. So class name flex row, directly write that style, and then items is going to be center space x of 3. Okay, there you go, that's working fine. So that part is done. The next part is basically your kind of divider that comes up, that is just over here. So it's going to be a self-enclosing view. So just below this view, I'm going to say view class name. It's just going to have a border bottom, border gray of 200, and then mx of 4. There you go, that is being seen onto the screen. Apart from that, let's continue the banner part. I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have your image. So I'm just going to pass in the link for the image. So I'll be sending all of the links I use in the application or in the video in the description. You can check it out. So width of full, height of 80. Save. And there you go, we're able to see that beautiful image onto the screen. So now let's initialize the view, which is going to contain your texts. Okay, so I'm going to say view over here. Initially a text which says plan your next adventure. So plan your next adventure. So below that we're going to have a touchable opacity. So touchable opacity, text, we're going to say create new trip plan. Okay, so let's try to save the file. We need to position it absolutely so it comes onto the center part of the screen. Before that, let's make the parent relative. Here I'm going to say class name relative. Save. This in turn is going to have a class name which says absolute, and we're going to say instead of 0, and I'm going to say flex item center as well as justify center. There you go, automatically it came to the center part of the screen with just that line of code. Okay, so for this I'm going to say class name text white, text 4XL, font bold, text center, padding x of 6. Cool, that's looking nice. For the touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a BG orange, and we're going to have, we need to provide in the style BG orange 500, padding x of let's say 6, padding y of 2, and we're going to have rounded of full and margin top of 4. So save. There you go, that's looking clean. So class name over here, I'm going to say text of white, font semi bold, text, and then base. Okay, that's looking cool. So below that, once when we implement the backend part, we're going to show the trips. That's going to be dynamic. Apart from that, we're going to show the featured guides, weekend trips, as well as the popular destinations that are going to come over here. right? So yeah, I think there is some issue. All right, so below the view, I'm going to say view. I'm going to basically create a component that is known as featured guides.tsx. So here I'm going to say featured guide.tsx. So RNFES together Sujan code snippet, save. Okay, so here let's try to import that component, not app, your home screen.tsx. Here I'm going to say text featured guides from users. Okay, I'm going to say class name, it's going to give padding of 4, and let's import it over here. I'm going to say featured guides, save. There you go, you're able to see that on the screen. For this I'm going to say class name text of 2xl, and then font is going to be semi bold, margin bottom of 4. Cool, that's looking nice. Let's continue designing the featured guides.tsx. So I'm just gonna add in my type as well as the data. I'll be sending all of the data in the description. You can make use of it. So it's again an array of description. Array of your objects containing your place, description, image, your user objects over here. Okay, which contains your name, avatar, and as well as the views. So here I'm gonna start designing this. So we're gonna have a view. Within that, we're gonna have your scroll view. Import it from React Native. Below that, we're going to have the guides dot apply the map function for every guide as well as your index. We are basically going to show the view. Okay, within this view, we're going to have the image being shown. Import image from React Native. Here I'm going to say source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. That's going to be equals to guide.image. Okay, class name is going to be width of full, height is going to be 40. Resize mode, let's pass in, it's going to be cover. So resize mode, not method. Save. And boom, there you go, we're able to see all of the images. So for the scroll view, let's make it horizontal and show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Okay, we need to provide the style, then only it's going to be shown onto the screen. So for the view, let's pass on the class name. It's going to be width of 64, then margin right of 4 to provide it some space. Around it is going to be 2xl. Apart from that, overflow is going to be hidden, bg white, shadow is going to be lg. Let's format once. Okay, so there you go, we're able to see that onto the screen, which is looking fine. Okay, so yeah, apart from that, we're gonna have the text being shown below the image. Not the text, basically another view. Here we're gonna have the text which says guide.place. As you can see, that's being shown onto the screen as well. So for this, we're gonna say your guide.description. I'm gonna say guide.description, save. For this view, I'm gonna say class name padding y of 3. For this, let's pass on the class name, and that is going to be equals to text base, then font of bold, text gray of 900. There you go, that's looking clean. So class name over here, this in turn is going to have text extra small, so XS, your text gray of 600, BG gray of 100, rounded large, padding X of 2, padding Y of 1, margin top of 2, save. Okay, that's looking clean. So below that, we're going to have one more view that is below your text itself to show the users as well as the view part. Here I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have your image, self and closing. So it's like this. Source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, that is going to be equals to guide dot user dot your avatar. Class name, width of 8, height of 8 as well, rounded full, margin right of 2. Save. There you go. That's looking nice. Below the image, we're going to have basically the next part of the code, that is 2 more texts being shown. As you can see, that's looking clean. You can look into the style part. So class name over here, it's going to have a flex of row, so it comes into the row direction. And apart from that, we're going to have items center empty of 4. Okay, yeah, that's looking cool. So this part is done. So apart from this, let's look into the next part, that is your popular destinations. So I'm going to say new component over here. I'm going to say popular destinations.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save. Let's include that into the app.tsx over here. Not app.tsx, your home screen.tsx. So here I'm going to say home screen. Copy this one more time. Again, it's going to have padding of 4, and again this is going to have same styling for the text, but it's going to say popular destinations. Save. Here I'm going to say popular destinations, import that from the components folder. Save. There you go, it's being shown onto the screen. So now popular destinations.tsx, let's try to design this up. Okay, I'm going to initially import my destinations data. So I'm going to just paste it over here. You can take a look at it. I'll be sending all of this in the description. You can check it out. So let's try to initialize the view. So here I'm going to say class name empty of 2. Here have in your scroll view from React Native. So here we're going to have your destinations dot apply the map method. So for every place as well as the index, over here we're going to show a view. Within this view, we're going to show an image. Okay, this in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. That is going to be equals to place.image. Okay, so here we're going to say class name for this. It's going to have a width of 40, height of 52, rounded of 2xl. There you go, it's being shown onto the screen. Key is going to be index. So for scroll view, again horizontal, show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Okay, so yeah, that's done. So for this particular view, I'm going to say class name, margin right of 4. It's going to be relative. For this particular view, below this, we're going to have another view. That's going to have a text which says place.name. Save. So basically this is going to have an absolute positioning. So let's try to initialize that. And there you go. It's being shown onto the screen, which is good. You can take a look at the styles. Save. This part is done. The next step is your weekend trips. That's the final part of the home screen. So I'm going to say weekend trips.tsx rnfes to the Sujan code snippet. Save. Let's come back to app.tsx. Let's actually not app.tsx, home screen.tsx. Let's actually show the weekends trips over here in the middle. Here I'm going to say weekend trips. Weekend trips. Here I'm going to say weekend trips. Save. And there you go. That's being shown onto the screen. Let's try to initialize the design for the weekend trips. I'm just going to have all of my data being passed over here. Save. Let's make use of this. Again, it's going to remain pretty simple. Simple scroll view. We can actually basically try to include the same design that we had for the popular destinations. It's going to remain similar. So copy this down. If there is any change, we're going to make that happen. So import scroll view from React Native. Instead of destinations, it's going to be equals to places. Import image as well from React Native. place.image, again this is going to remain as is, even this is going to remain as is, safe. Okay, there you go. We are completely done with your design of the home screen with the native end styling. It's looking pretty clean. Okay, so this part is done. So the next step is, let's quickly dive into the guides part. So we're going to design this one. This is the guide screen. So here basically we're going to have 4 or 5 guides, and if at all the user presses on each guide, we're going to show the itinerary for that particular place and some places to visit for that particular place. Okay, just as an info to the user. Let's look into the design of that next. Apart from that, after that we're going to look into the integration of the backend with MongoDB. So let's head over to guide screen.tsx and then let's start designing that screen. So first of all, instead of a guide screen, let's get in the required data. Okay, yeah, so this is your data for the first screen. I'll be sending this as well in the description. So furthermore, let's look into the design part. It's going to look something like this. Okay, so let's try to initialize your safe area view over here. So let's try to import safe area view from React Native. And over here, I'm going to have my scroll view being initialized. I'm going to say scroll view. Within the scroll view, I'm going to have my view being shown. Here I'm going to say view. Within this view, I'm going to have a text. Okay, so within the text, I'm going to have the name which says Explore Karnataka. The same text that is there at the top, right? So save. Yeah, I think again I made the mistake. So we need to define the home stack first. I mean, not the home stack, your guide stack. So let's try to define that over here. We are basically going to have your navigation param list as well as the place type for your type safety. So you can take note of this one, that is a type place as well as the navigation param list. So furthermore, apart from that, let's define your stack. I'm going to say const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator, and this in turn is going to take in the guide stack param list. So I'm going to say guide stack param list, just the top one. Okay, so yeah, apart from that, let's try to save over here. So here let's try to define your return block. So initially your stack.navigator. Okay, here also is going to be the same thing, stack.navigator, right? So yeah, here it's going to have some screen options. I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to header shown. I'm going to set it to be false. Okay, so here I'm going to say stack.screen, and here basically I'm going to say name is going to be equals to guide main, and your component is going to be equals to guide screen. So second screen, I'm going to say stack.screen, yeah. So basically over here we're going to have name, that's going to be equals to guide detail, and your component is going to be equals to guide detail screen. So let's try to save the file. It's already exported. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown on the screen. So let's continue designing your guide screen, that is over here. For the safe area view, initially class name flex of 1 and then bg white. It's always common, safe. For the scroll view, again it's going to have a class name, that is going to be flex of 1, safe. Furthermore, we're going to say content container style, padding bottom of let's say 100. Content container style, padding bottom of 100. Okay, so we're also going to say show vertical scroll indicator, and we're going to set it to be false. Let's format once, and yeah, below this we're going to have the header part. We're going to contain the view. Yeah, we already have that text. Let's pass on the class name for this. Initially some padding x of 4 and then padding y of 4 as well. Border bottom, so I'm going to say border b, then border gray 200. Save. Okay, below this we're going to say discover the best places to visit in Karnataka. So I'm going to say text over here. It's going to say discover the best places to visit in Karnataka. Save. Yep, that's looking cool. So let's pass on the class name over here. So for the view, I'm going to say padding x of 4 again, some internal spacing, so padding y of 4, border B, border gray 200. Save. Okay, that's looking fine. So for this, I'm going to say class name for the second piece of text. That is, it's going to look like this. Okay, so I think there is no border for this one. My bad. I think I gave it to the wrong container. This is going to have basically a text of 2XL and font of bold, text gray of 800. There you go. That's looking nice. So this is going to have text of SM, small, font is going to be medium, and text gray of 700, margin top of 1. Okay, that's it. The next thing is the places cards. Let's show all of them. Just map over the places. I'm going to say places dot map. For every place we're going to return basically the pressable over here. Okay, so I'm going to say pressable, import pressable from React Native as such. This in turn is going to have your image background, import image background from React Native. So this in turn is going to have your gradient overlay kind of design that is over here. So for that, it's going to have a self-enclosing view. Let's pass on the class name for that. It's going to have absolute styling. So pass on that. Insert is going to be 0. You can basically refer to the Tailwind docs and you should be able to, write in your own kind of styling based on whatever design you want to, or you can follow this as well. So I'm going to say bg gradient to top from black, let's say by 70 to transparent. Okay, so I think first we need to provide the source for this. Source in turn is going to take in URI, which in turn is going to say place.image. Let's pass on the class name for this, width full, height full. It's looking really good, but we need to style it accordingly so that it looks basically like this, right? So style is going to say styles.image. So furthermore, we're going to have the place name as well as a description below your view. That is right over here. I'm going to say view. Here we're going to say text. It's going to be equals to place.name. Save. As you can see, it's coming onto the image, which is good. Furthermore, text, and then place dot your description. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So for the pressable, let's pass on the styling initially. So class name, I'm going to say basically mx4, empty of 4, rounded is going to be XL, overflow is going to be hidden, okay, and shadow is going to be small. Save. So for the image, I'm going to provide it a height of 60%. Let's do that. Okay, there you go. It's looking fine. And for the card, we need to provide the height basically. So let's actually give the style for that. That is for your pressable itself. We're going to do the hard coding styling. So style is going to be equals to styles.yourcard. Let's come back over here and I'm going to say card. So here we're going to make use of basically the dimensions. So I'm going to say height. So dimensions dot get method, access the window dot height, okay, multiplied by 0.5. all right. Apart from that, I'm going to say margin bottom of 16. Card. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file. So you can pass on the stylings for this one. Okay, so there you go, it's coming correctly at the bottommost part, but yeah, still some part of the text is touching. Yeah, it's pretty good, but except for the first place, not sure why that is not correctly showing up. Alright, so first of all, let's continue designing this and let's later look into this. I think once we finish designing, it should come back into the correct position. So the next part is for all of the attributes dot location, attributes dot type, based on the data that we have over here. Okay, all these informations. So let's come back over here, and within the view we are gonna have your ion icons. Below that we're gonna have a text which is gonna say place dot attributes dot location. So place dot attributes dot location. For the upper view, I'm gonna say class name bg is gonna be white, padding of 4. So an icons doesn't exist. Let's try to import that. Okay, so we need to provide the name. It's going to be location outline. And over here we are going to say size, that's going to be equals to 23. I mean, my bad, 16, not 23. Color is going to be equals to this color code, that is FF5 and then 722. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to pass in the class name over here. Flex of row, items center, margin bottom of 2. So for this, let's pass on the class name, initially text gray of 800. Text is going to be of small, so text SM. Font is going to be medium, then ML of 2. Okay, so yeah, that's looking good. So let's try to copy this down a couple of times for the remaining views. So initialize this, save. Let's make the change for the icon. It's going to be the map outline icon, so I'm going to say map. This is going to be calendar outline, and this is going to be your star outline. So here I'm going to say star and then save. Let's make the change for the text. It's going to be equals to place.attributes.type, that is after location. Okay, this is going to be equals to place.attributes.your best time. This is going to be equals to place.attributes.attractions. Since this is an array of strings, let's try to map over it. I'm going to say dot map and then dot join with the help of a comma. I mean, not map, directly join. So dot join, save. So there you go, we do have that style as well. It's working absolutely fine. Okay, so I've just pasted in my old code itself, but not sure why exactly for this. It is almost touching the topmost part for now, or yeah, but in my original thing it was 60, but not sure, somewhere it is kind of erroring out. Yeah, let's keep it with 60 for now. So others are looking fine. So once you press on this, we are going to navigate to the next screen, that is going to be your guide details screen. So let's try to initialize your navigation part over here. So I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation. So on press over here, for the entire pressable, I'm going to take in a function and it's going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is going to be guide detail, and it's going to take in basically the place over here. Save. There you go. Let's look into the guide details screen. So initially for the guide details screen, let's actually try to get in some of the required data. So which is obviously taken from Google itself. So import root prop from React navigation, as well as the guide stack parameters. Save the file. So basically this is some sample itinerary data that is hard coded and can be fetched from the backend later if at all we are implementing that. So it is basically going to contain the place, that is Mysore Palace, and these are the itineraries for, let's say, for 3 days. Okay, so basically this data is obtained from Google, and yeah, these are some additional attributes, again hard coded. So basically what are the fees or entry fees or some of the travel tips for all of the places that we have. So accordingly we're just going to design this. Okay, so first of all, let's try to initialize our place that's coming from the param. So I'm going to say const place, destructure that is going to be equals to your route dot your params. So we need to destructure the route. Let's say we're going to take it over here, route as well as your navigation. Okay, so yeah, just like this. The next step is, let's try to initialize your itinerary. So I'm going to say itinerary is going to be equals to your itineraries dot of the place dot name. So based on whatever object we choose, so based on whatever place we choose, we are going to select that based on this condition, right? Or it's going to be an empty array over here. That's right. Apart from that, next one is the extra attributes. I'm going to say extra attributes is going to be equals to additional attributes of your place dot name, or here I'm going to say entry fee is going to be not allowed, and your travel tips is going to be basically empty for now. Okay, I think I messed up a bracket over here. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So let's try to initialize your safe area view over here. I'm going to say safe area view, import that from your React Native, pass in the basic styling, that is your flex of 1 and a BG of white. Okay, that's looking cool. So here we're going to initialize a scroll view. So I'm going to say scroll view, import that from React Native and pass in the image background for now. This in turn is going to take in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, that is going to be place.image. Let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have a full width. I'm going to say width full and then a height of 80. There you go. That's looking clean. So below this, we're going to have the gradient overlay as well as the back button. Let's try to add it over here within the image background. Format once and try to import your touchable opacity. Save. And icons doesn't exist, so let's try to import from the previous screen. This one, copy that and paste it over here. There you go. That's looking cool, and we're able to navigate as well. So the next thing is we need to show the place name, that is just below this. So right below your touchable opacity, we're gonna have your place name being shown. Initialize a view for that. So view over here, have a text, and over here we're going to say place.name. So class name, it's going to have padding of 4, flex of 1, and then justify of end. Let's initialize the class name over here. This in turn is going to say text of white, text of 2XL, then I'm going to say font is going to be bold. Save. As you can see, that's looking clean. So yeah, that's it about the image background. The next is basically a details section. So below this, I'm going to have my view being initialized. This in turn is going to have a view, which in turn is going to have a text which says about. Below that, we're going to have another text which says place.description. Save. Okay. Let's first of all style this out. I'm going to give it a class name initially for the topmost view. I'm going to say margin bottom of, not margin bottom, some padding of 4, some internal spacing. So here I'm going to say class name is going to be equals to margin bottom of 6. Here I'm going to say class name. So text is going to be LG. Then I'm going to say font is going to be semi bold. Text is going to be gray, 800. Margin bottom is going to be 2. Okay, so class name over here, I'm going to say text base, font medium, and then text gray of 800. Save. As you can see, that's looking clean. So yeah, the next part is for your attributes. So let's design that out. So here I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have a text which says your details. Below that, we're going to have a view being initialized. Here we're going to have your icons basically. So import that over here. This in turn is going to have your location outline icon. So here I'm going to say location outline. Okay, so below the icons we're going to have the text which says your location. That's going to be equals to place.attributes.your location. Save. There you go, that's looking clean. So for this particular view, let's pass in the class name, border top, and then border gray 200, padding top of 4, margin bottom of 6. Okay, that's looking good. So for this, let's pass on the class name, initially text of large, font is going to be semi-bold, then text gray of let's say 800, then margin bottom of 3. Format once, and yeah, pretty much after that we're going to have to design this particular view. So class name is going to be in a row fashion, so flex row, I'm going to give that. Items is going to be center, then margin bottom of 3. There you go, that's looking clean. So yeah, for the text, let's pass on the styling. I'm going to say class name. Here we're going to say text gray of let's say 800. Okay, then text base, then we're going to say font medium, ml of 3. Save. Yeah, that's looking good. So yeah, apart from this, we are going to style the type part. So below the view, I'm going to have my another view being initialized. Here I'm going to have my iron icons. So this is going to be your map outline icon. Okay, again similarly we're going to have a text showing the different information. That is your best time, not the best time, the type. So this is going to be equals to place dot attributes dot type. Save. Same design over here as well. Let's copy that correctly. That's pretty much it for the type. So similarly, I'm going to paste in for the remaining things with the same kind of design. That is best time, attractions, as well as your entry fee. This part is done. The next thing is we're going to show the itinerary for that particular place. So basically after this view, I'm going to say itinerary dot length if it's greater than 0, then only we're going to show this. And render a view for this. So here I'm going to have a text field which is going to say suggested itinerary. Save. Below this I'm going to say again itinerary dot apply a map for every item as well as your index. Here we're going to show a view. Within this view we are basically going to have a text being shown. Okay, so that's going to be option 8, that is to show the dot, and here I'm going to say the item. As you can see, day 1, day 2, day 3, we are getting all of these details, which is good. So here let's pass on the key. For this I'm going to say class name. I'm going to say border on the top and then border gray of 200, padding top of 4, and then margin bottom of 6. Okay, let's pass on the class name. So over here text is LG. Okay, font of semi bold, and furthermore text gray of 800, and I'm going to say margin bottom of 3. That's looking good. So for your view we're going to give it a row fashion design. So class name, we're going to say flex of row, and we're going to say items is going to be start. Okay, and I'm going to say margin bottom of 2. Then for this particular style, I'm going to say text gray of 800 or text base. Font is going to be medium. Save, copy down the same thing for the second text as well, that is over here. As you can see, that's looking nice. So the next one is for your travel tips. Let's format once. I'm going to paste in the code for that. So save. Here we are going to map over the extra attributes dot. We're going to check the travel tips dot length if it's greater than 0 or not. If it is greater than that, then we are basically going to show the heading which says travel tips. Again, we have a border top just similar to this one, and we're going to show in all of the details from the data over here. Okay, so this was mostly related to the front end part, that is the UI design, which is looking pretty fine itself. Now let's look into the backend integration, and then let's try to create the user, and let's try to create some trips and then add in the itinerary showing the maps and include some AI features in it, right? So let's head over to MongoDB and then create a fresh new project, and let's also create an API folder and then connect the front end project to the backend MongoDB. So let's head over to Chrome over here, and then let's search for mongodb.com, and let's try to sign in. Let's sign in with Google over here. So basically, once you sign in, it's gonna take you to the maybe the welcome page. That's gonna look like this. It's currently loading. Yeah, this is basically your starting point or the starting page that opens up once you sign in with Google. So here is the latest app that you have worked on, or the last app that you've worked on. So just press on that, scroll down, and then new project. I'm just going to say travel app YouTube. Okay, it's already there. So travel app project. Okay, and I'm going to press on next over here. And as you can see, I myself am the owner. So I'm just going to press on create project. Okay, so now the next step is we need to create a cluster. Okay, so press on create button over here, and then over here I'm going to choose the free version of this and leave everything as default, and then I'm going to press on create deployment. Okay, as you can see, it says we are deploying your changes, so we need to create a database user to access the backend. So I'm going to create my user. Okay, press on create database user and then choose a connection method. I'm going to choose MongoDB for VS Code. Okay, so once this is provisioned, we should be able to get the link. Okay, so apart from that, let's try to create a API folder at the root level. I'm gonna press on app.tsx and then new file or new folder. I'm gonna say API. Here let's first of all head over to that. I'm gonna say cd API npm init. Okay, for this I'm gonna say backend. Apart from that, I'm gonna leave everything as default and then press on enter. So you should be seeing the package JSON file being created for us. Okay, so here let's try to initialize some packages that we're going to use in the application. I'm going to say yarn add course and then .env. Apart from that, we're going to have express, then MongoDB, mongoose, node mailer, as well as nodemon. And let's also try to install this package, that is @clerk /clerk SDK node. Let's press on enter. So all of these dependencies should be installed within the dependencies object over here. Let's wait for this to complete. So there you go, all of these have been installed. Let's initialize the starting script over here. I'm going to say start. It's going to be nodemon server.js. Okay, let's save. And let's try to initialize the basic things, and let's try to connect the backend first to the front end application. I'm going to say new file server.js. So here we're going to make use of JavaScript itself. So I'm going to say import mongoose from mongoose. Okay, so after this, let's import the next one. That's going to be your express. I'm going to say import express from express. Right, then here I'm going to say import course from your course. Then furthermore, I'm going to say import axios from axios. I think that is not installed, so I'm going to say yarn add axios. Apart from that, we need to install your node mailer as well. So yarn add node mailer. Let's check that once. Yeah, node mailer is already there. So here I'm going to say import node mailer from node mailer. Alright, so let's try to initialize the Express app. I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to Express. Okay, so here I'm going to say const port is going to be equals to process dot env dot your port, or is going to be equals to 3000. Okay, so here let's try to initialize the middlewares. I'm going to say app.use of course, and here I'm going to say app.use of express.json. Alright, so here let's try to initialize your MongoDB URI. I'm going to say const Mongo URI is going to be equals to and string for now. Let's try to, yeah, it got loaded. So let's try to, copy that code. Copy that link. That's your connection URL. Alright, make the change. Yeah, I think they only have given the password and username, which is good. So we need not do anything. So here I'm going to say mongoose dot use the connect method. It's going to take in the URL. That's Mongo URI in our case. And I'm going to say dot then take in a function, and I'm going to say console.log connected to MongoDB. Okay, so apart from that, here I'm gonna use the catch. I'm gonna say dot catch of error. Okay, console.log MongoDB connection error with that particular error message. Okay, here I'm just gonna say process.exit of 1. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So probably we can start off the application. Before that, we need to implement the listen method so that we could listen on the port that we have chosen. So yeah, I don't think port is there over here, 3000. That's good. So here I'm going to say app.listen. This in turn is going to take in your port, and then which in turn is going to take in a function, and we're just going to try to log over here. I'm going to say console.log server is listening, or server running on port, and then $port. Okay, let's hardcode it for now. That is 3000. So let's try to save the file. Let's try to run the app. That is your backend part. I'm just going to say yarn start, enter. Okay, so we do have an error. It says some issue related to the app. Okay, so yeah, probably over here. Not sure why this came up. Let's remove that. So there you go. Server running on port 3000 and then connected to MongoDB, which is good. Okay, so this part is done. So let's try to initialize our models as of now. So I'm going to create a new folder, models. Within that, I'm going to create 2 files. One is strip.js and then your user.js. Let's try to initialize the user. That's pretty simple for now. I'm going to say import mongoose from mongoose, then const user schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot schema. It's going to take in your clerk user ID. That is going to be of type string. Okay, and I'm going to say required is going to be true. Unique is going to be true. Okay, so I'm going to say email. Type is going to be string. And required is going to be true. Apart from that, name, I'm going to say type is going to be string. So these are the required things as of now. That is your clerk user ID, your email, as well as the name to create the user in the backend. So I'm going to export the required things. I'm going to say export default mongoose dot model of your user model. That's the name, and then pass in the user schema. Save. Let's create the trip. This is pretty long, so it's going to take some time to initialize all of the things. So starting off from your trip schema, let's do that. Import mongoose from mongoose. Here I'm going to say const trip schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot your schema. This in turn is going to have your trip name. Type is going to be string. Required is going to be true. Okay, apart from that, your start date type is going to be string, and then required is going to be true. End date, your type is going to be string, and then required is going to be true. Apart from that, we're going to have your start day as well as the end day of the trip. So I'm going to say start day, type is going to be string, and then required is going to be true. So yes, apart from your end date, start date, end date, start day, end day, yeah, that's the next one. So let's write that properly. Yeah, for this it's going to have again, type string, and then required is going to be true. Apart from end day, the next one is going to be your background, that is of the image. So I'm going to say background, type string, and then required is going to be true. Okay, host, type is going to be equals to mongoose dot your schema dot types dot your object ID, and your reference is going to be to the user. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So I think I forgot to write the type. Yeah, so just add in the type like this, and then the travelers is again going to be an array of objects that is containing the type, and reference is going to be of the user, and the budget type is going to be number, default is going to be 0. Then we're going to have expenses for the trip. We're going to define the expense schema for this. Okay, so next is places to visit. I'm going to say places to visit. It is going to be place schema. Furthermore, it's going to have the itinerary. So this in turn is going to take in the itinerary schema and your created at value. Type is going to be of date, and default is going to be date.now. That's it. Let's try to export the required things over here. I'm going to say export default mongoose dot your model of the trip. Okay, and this in turn is going to take in the trip schema. Alright, let's define each of these things that we have written over here: expense schema, place schema, itinerary schema. So let's define with the expense. Let's start off with that. So I'm going to say const expense schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot your schema, and over here I'm going to say category. This is basically going to have a type of string. Okay, the wrong thing is copied onto the clipboard. So type is going to be string, and then required is going to be true. Format, let's try to copy this down. Okay, apart from category, we're going to have your next one, that's going to be the price. So type is going to be of number over here, and is required is going to be true. Then your split by, so I'm going to say split by, type is going to be string, and then your required is going to be true. So next, apart from split by, it's going to be paid by, that is who has paid for the particular expense. Again, type of string, and then required of true. That's it. So this is done. Expense schema is done. Let's define your next one, that's going to be your itinerary schema or the place schema. So let's say over here at the top, I'm going to say const place schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot schema, and over here I'm going to say name is going to be of type string, required of true. Next is the phone number, it's going to be type of string, and these are default values. It might be present or it might be absent for some places, so we are skipping the required of true value. Okay, so here I'm going to say type of string, that is for your website. Furthermore, the next is for your opening hours. I'm going to say opening hours. This is basically going to be an array of objects, so it's going to be an array of string. I mean, not array of objects, it's going to be an array of strings. So take in an array and then pass in the string over here. So photos, that is going to be the next one. Again, this is also an array of strings. The next one is going to be reviews. Okay, so here I'm going to say author name is going to be string, rating is going to be string, text is going to be string. Okay, these are your reviews part. The next thing is for your types, that is what type of place is it. So again, array of string over here. The next thing is your formatted address. I'm going to say formatted underscore address, and over here it's going to be again type of string, and then required is going to be true. The next thing is for your brief description. I'm going to say brief description is going to be type of string. The next thing is for your geometry. I'm going to paste in the code for that. This in turn is going to contain two objects, that is location as well as the viewport. Within the viewport, we're going to have the northeast as well as the southwest, which is going to contain your latitude as well as the longitude values. So I'm going to paste in the geometry over here. You can take a look at it. So this in turn is going to contain basically your location. Furthermore, your viewport, as I said. So we're going to have the latitude as well as the longitude values. So your place schema is done. The next thing is your itinerary. Okay, let's define that. Here I'm going to say const itinerary schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot your schema. Here for the particular date we're going to show the places, so it's going to be type of string and then required of true. Alright, so here I'm going to say activities. Here we're going to make use of the activities schema. Okay, so basically this is going to remain exactly kind of similar to the place schema itself. So as you can see, it's essentially the same itself, no change. So date, name, phone number, website, opening hours, photos, reviews, and then types, formatted address, your brief description as well as the geometry. You can essentially copy the same thing, whatever is there over here. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to save the file. Yeah, so some spelling issue with this one. Let's copy the correct spelling and then add it over here. And then save. Let's format once, and I'll be showing you the code right from the starting point if you've missed something. So let's start off from here. Okay, so this part is done. Let's come back to server.js over here, and then let's try to first of all create a trip endpoint, or you can actually configure the clerk authentication part. Even that can be done. Or let's try to configure the design for basically both the screens, and then let's configure the authentication part. Let's implement that, and then we're gonna implement the endpoint as well as for creating a trip. So let's actually head back to our navigation part, and then let's create a root navigator. So over here I'm going to say new file root navigator.tsx. okay, so here I'm going to say basically rnfes initially. So here let's try to initialize the root stack param list. I'm going to say export type root stack param list is going to be equals to auth undefined, and we're going to have the sign in screen, so it's going to be sign in undefined. Furthermore, sign up is going to be undefined as well. Then the main, it's going to be undefined. Okay, so this part is done, and the next step is let's initialize the stack. I'm going to say const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator, import that from the correct package, and this in turn is going to take in your root stack param list. So I'm going to say root stack param list. All right, so now let's try to initialize basically the stack over here. I'm going to say stack.screen, not screen, stack.navigator. Same thing over here as well, stack.navigator. Okay, so here we're going to have the screen options initially. We're not going to show the header. I'm going to say screen options. We're going to say header shown is going to be false. Okay, so this part is done. So let's try to initialize two states, that is loading as well as is signed in or not. I'm going to say const is loaded, comma is signed in is going to be equals to use auth. This is basically going to come from your clerk expo. Okay, so we're going to first of all comment it out, and I'm just going to say const sign in is going to be equals to false for now, just a hard-coded value. Here, based on that condition, we're going to show the stack. Okay, here I'm going to say sign in question mark. If this is true, then show some stack, else show the login stack. I'm going to say stack.group. Not this one. So here I'm going to say stack.screen. Right, so here I'm going to say name is going to be equals to main, and your component is going to be equals to your entire tab navigator that we are going to show in the that we're currently showing basically in the app.tsx. So I'm going to say component is going to be tab navigator. Import that. Here within this we're going to have two screens, that is your sign up screen as well as the sign in screen. So here I'm going to say two screens. I've just pasted in that. Let's try to create both of them. So I'm going to say sign in screen.tsx, that is over here. RNFES to get the Sujan code snippet, save. Then we're going to import that first from the screens folder. Next is the sign up screen. So copy that correctly and then new file .tsx RNFES, save, import that over here. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is, as of now it is false, so it should show basically these two screens. Save the file, and we need to make the change as well. In the app.tsx, instead of tab navigator, we need to show your root navigator. Okay, so come back over here and then right over here, instead of this, just show your root navigator from the navigation folder. Save, and boom, there you go. We are currently seeing the sign up screen, or basically whatever screen is initialized first, that is sign in screen. Yeah, that's the one. Let's try to initialize this. As you saw in the demo part of the video, it's going to have two things: sign in with email or sign in with Google using clerk authentication. So let's get started with this. It's going to be pretty simple design itself. So starting off from the sign in screen, so let's initialize the view. It's already there. So we're going to have a text which says sign in, and we're gonna say text input over here below this. So text input, import that from native. I'm gonna say auto capitalize none, then placeholder, enter email, apart from that I'm gonna say on change text is going to be equals to set email address and then value as well. I'm going to say value. Okay, so here I'm going to say const email address comma set email address is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string, Okay, not like this, my bad. Square brackets. Next we're going to say const password comma set password is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. Then const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state again of an empty string. Okay, so now the next step is let's try to pass in the value over here. It's going to be set email address, and here we're going to pass in the value that's going to be email address. That's it. Format once, save. There you go, it's there at the top part. So for this, let's pass in basically the style. So here actually I've written the normal style itself, so I'm just going to implement that. It's going to be equals to styles.input, and over here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot your title. So furthermore, let's initialize this one more time. This is for your password. On change text, set the password, value is going to be password, and over here we can remove this and we can pass in your secure text entry. Placeholder is going to be enter password. Style is going to be styles.input. Same thing over here as well. Below that, touchable opacity. So I'm going to say touchable opacity. Import that from React Native as such, and over here I'm going to have a text which says continue. Okay, so below that we're going to have another view. This view in turn is going to have a text which says, don't have an account. And here I'm going to say touchable opacity again. Here I'm going to have a text which says sign up. So for this we're going to have styles.button. For this it's going to have styles dot your button text. So style is going to be equals to styles dot button text. For the view it's going to be link container. Style is going to be equals to styles dot link container, and here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot link text. And for this touchable opacity we're going to have just an on press, and for this text we are going to have an array of styles. I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot link text comma color is going to be equals to ff5722. So I'm just going to add in the style for each of the things. Okay, so my bad, I think I made a change over here. They should be container, not input. Wrong spelling of container. So I'm going to enter the styles over here. Save, and boom, we're able to see a normal basic kind of styling. Okay, you can go to the styles one by one. That is for each of them, starting off from the container. Alright, this part is done. Let's try to save the file. Let's quickly implement the next one as well, that is the signup screen.tsx. So here, first of all, let's initialize a navigation. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import that from React Navigation, and once you press on this, let's try to navigate to the next screen. So I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here we're going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen. That's going to be sign up, I guess that's the correct name. There you go, we're coming correctly to the sign up screen. Let's start quickly designing the sign up screen. So it is going to be something similar. So let's take in some of the code, that is password, email, as well as all of these things. Initialize the use state from React, and your use navigation as well. So I'm going to save the file. I'm going to include basically the same text for now, same design for now, and if there is any change, we're going to make that. So here, copy that down, import your required things, text input, your touchable opacity, and all of the styles. Okay, so that's over here. And paste it over here. Save. So there you go. Let's make the change. This should be sign up. Okay, so enter email, that's going to remain as is. Enter password, it's going to remain as is. Again, it's going to be continue. The next thing is already have an account. So already have an account question mark, then it's going to be sign in over here. It is just going to say navigation dot, we can actually say go back directly. Let's give it a try. Yeah, we're coming directly to the previous screen. So next thing is to design the sign in button, that is for Google. So here we need to design that. For that, we're going to initialize a component that is known as Google signin.tsx, right? So let's do that. Here I'm going to say Google signin.tsx, rnfes. Save. Import that into the sign in screen. That is over here. That is below your view. Okay, so here I'm going to say Google sign in. Save. There you go. You're able to see that onto the screen. Let's quickly design this in a very simple way. So here initially within the view, we're going to have the loading being set. Okay, so here I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, initially false, then const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state of an initially empty string. Okay, so here first of all we're going to check if there is any error, then show a text, else show null, that means nothing. Within the text we're going to show that particular error. Apart from that, let's initialize a touchable opacity. Here we're going to have basically loading condition if it's true, then show this particular text, not a text, activity indicator. Here I'm going to say activity indicator from React Native. So this is basically going to have the color, that is FF5722. Okay, else it's going to have this fragments for now. I'm going to have my image being shown. Import image from React Native as such, and your source is going to be URI. So I'm basically going to show both of these things, that is image as well as the text. Okay, so you can basically try to Google this. It will be online itself. It's basically from Google itself. So let's try to format once. Okay, as you can see, we're able to see Google icon as well as sign in with Google. Let's start styling out the view. I'm going to say class name, width is going to be full, and for the error I'm going to say class name, it's going to be text red of 500, text is going to be small, text center, margin bottom of 3. For the touchable opacity, we're going to provide the class name. Initially width is going to be full, border gray 300, padding y of 3, margin top of 3, rounded of large. So we need to show it in a flex. So I'm going to say flex row into a row fashion, justify center, item center as well. Let's try to save, and boom, just like that, it's looking really nice. Okay, these are the styles for image as well as the text. You can take a look at it. So yeah, we are basically done with both of the screens, that is sign in as well as sign up. Now the next step is we're going to go over to clerk and then create a new project and integrate that into your application, and we should be able to do both the things, that is sign in with email as well as sign in with Google too. So now let's actually head over to clerk and then let's set this project up. So basically you can head over to dashboard.clerk.com/apps. Okay, this would take you to this particular page. I've basically created my two of my applications. Okay, so I'm going to use the previous one itself. So you can just directly press on create application and you can give your application name and make sure to toggle two things, email as well as Google. Okay, and you can directly press on create application. Let's do that over here. I'm going to say travel planner and then create over here. Okay, there you go. So once you create it, it will come to this particular page. So what will your users see? So it's asking which exactly you're going to use. So we're going to choose the third option, the fourth option, expo, and you can basically follow all of this. Okay, or you can actually check out this as well, the normal docs. You can head over to clerk.com/docs/quick start and then choose expo. Okay, let's get started. The first step is to install clerk expo. Copy that down, come back over here, and so here I'm just going to say add that package into the main project. So once that is done, the next step is set your clerk API keys. So we need to add something known as the clerk publishable key to your .env file. Okay, so create that .env, add the root of your application. I'm going to say .env and then paste it over here. Okay, so now where exactly would you get the publishable key? Okay, so it says it can always be retrieved from the API keys page in the clerk dashboard. So head over to this link, that is basically this one itself. So make sure to copy this one. So it says this key should be used in your front end code, and it can be safely shared with anyone as well and does not need to be kept as a secret. So copy this down and keep it somewhere else, and this is your secret key that I have created for myself. So that was your second step. The third one is we need to add the clerk provider to your root layout. So basically this component provides your session and user context to the clerk's hooks that's present as well as the components. So it's basically recommended to wrap your entire app at the entry point. So let's do that. So in our case, we need to use the clerk provider and we can ignore the slot because that is for the expo router. We are not using expo router, so we're just going to use the clerk provider. Okay, it's been installed, so you can add in your clerk publishable key over here, or you can directly add it, okay, because it can be shared. So come back to your app.tsx. Here I'm going to say clerk provider, import that and wrap it around and put the remaining things inside the clerk provider. Save. Okay, probably we should get some error. Yeah, there you go, we are getting the issues. So here it is going to take in two things. One is your token cache as well as your publishable key. So let's add in the publishable key. So this is gonna be coming from this one. I just said that. Copy this down and then paste it over here. Okay, the next thing is your token cache. So you can actually explore about it and then implement it. So the next one is configure the token cache. So basically your clerk stores the active user session token in your memory itself, that is by default. And in Expo apps, the recommended way to store sensitive data such as tokens is by using the package called as Expo Secure Store. So let's install that Expo Secure Store with the help of yarn. Come back to the terminal, to the main project, add it over. Okay, so this part is done. So you just need to implement that. So let's do that. We're going to write the code over here that is above your app. We're going to include const token cache is going to be equals to, I'm going to say async get token. Okay, so here it's going to have in a key of type string. Here basically I'm going to have in my try and then catch block. So try catch of error. I'm just going to say return null over here. So return null. And within the try block, I'm going to say return await secure store dot get item async. That's the method we're going to use of your key. Okay, let's try to import secure store. I'm going to say import star as your secure store from expo secure store. Okay, that's it for now. And we also need to save the token, so let's implement that as well. So here I'm going to say async save token. It's going to be a comma over here since it's the second part. So async save token of the key. It's going to take in a string as well as the value of type string again. It's going to be a small s. Okay, so here we're going to say again, try catch block. We're just going to return nothing, so basically return semicolon. Within the try block over here, I'm going to say return await. I'm going to say secure store dot, we're going to make sure the set item async with your key as well as the value. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file, and we're going to pass that token cache over here as the second param. Okay, minimize this a bit so that you can see the entire screen. So here I'm going to say token cache is going to be equals to, let's write that correctly format. So here I'm going to say token cache is going to be equals to your token cache that is on the top. That's it. Let's try to save the file, and we need to solve all of these issues. Basically, we're going to get around 2 to 3 issues to install the dependencies. First one is expo web browser. It cannot be found. Let's try to install that. I'm going to say expo web browser. The first link, let's install with the help of expo itself. Minimize this once and then paste it over here. Let's try to reload. If any issue comes, let's try to sort it out. Okay, it is unable to resolve module React DOM. So even though this is native, because of this clerk dependency, some packages or some elements related to the React DOM, needs to be implemented or installed basically within clerk. So that's the reason it's not there as of now. So install that. So just say yarn React DOM. Enter. So once it's done, let's try to reload once. It says unable to resolve your module expo auth session. Let's install that as well. So I'm going to search for expo auth session, the first link. Let's install this package. Copy that code, and then let's paste it over here. And there you go, boom. So we are back into the previous position. So we are at the sign in screen and the sign up screen. So we can start implementing this. All the issues are gone, and we have set up the clerk provider as well. So let's come back to your sign in screen. Sign up first, because that's what we're going to sign up. Okay. So here, let's try to write our function, and let's also implement the Google login as well later. So initially for the sign up, let's try to create the on press. Scroll down a bit, and then over here, for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say on sign up press. On press is going to be equals to on sign up press. All right. So yeah, let's try to implement that over here on the top. I'm going to say const on sign up press is going to be equals to async function. So here, first of all, I'm going to check if at all not of is loaded. So we need to get in a bunch of things. Let's actually write that first. I'm going to say const is loaded, comma sign up, comma set active is going to be equals to use sign up. So this is going to come directly from clerk itself. You can actually check out the docs. Okay, it's pretty useful. You can directly write it from there as well, or you can learn from here as well. Okay, so here I'm going to say if not of is loaded, I'm just going to say directly return. Okay, and here I'm going to say try catch block. So catch of error. Here we can try to log the error. I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message, and I'm going to say set error to be of error dot errors of the first one dot message or a hard-coded value which says sign up is failed. Okay, inside the try block, first of all I'm going to say await, access that method sign up dot, we are going to have the create method being used. This in turn is going to take in two things: to create a user email address as well as your password. Okay, once that is done, I'm going to say await sign up dot, we have a method known as prepare email address verification. This in turn we're going to take in the strategy that is email code. So I'm going to say email code. Once this is done, I'm going to say set pending verification. We're going to have the state for that. I'm going to say const pending verification comma set pending verification is going to be equals to use state initially false. Okay, so this part is done, and I'm going to say const code comma set code is going to be equals to use state and initially obviously an empty array. We also need for the error. Yeah, error is already there. Okay, that's it for now. So here, once this is done, I'm just going to say, I think there is some issue with this one. It should be error because that's what we have given over here, or let's take an error itself. Yeah, even that works. So here I'm going to say set your pending verification to be true. All right, this is done. So now the next step is we need to show the design for the OTP, right? Because once the user verifies their email, then only they're going to be stored in the backend. So let's try to save the file. So we're going to create a design for that in this screen itself. So I'm going to say just below this one, write a condition stating that if this is true, that is pending verification, then try to return a view within this view. We're going to have two things: verify your email as well as a text input. I'm going to say text over here which says verify your email. Below that we're going to have a text input. So style is going to be equals to styles dot input. Okay, apart from that, value is going to be equals to your code that you get on your email. And then I don't think code has been set. Yeah, it has been set. Okay, that's fine. The next one is on change text is going to be equals to set code. That's it. Placeholder is not yet written. It's going to be enter your verification code. So here I'm going to say placeholder enter your verification code. Apart from that, yeah, that's it. Format once. Below this we're going to have error. If at all any error is true, then show that in the text, else just show null, means show nothing. Here show the error. So here I'm going to say style is going to be equals to styles dot error. Okay, so yeah, we already have given the style, so no need to enter it again. This is going to be again container, so it comes to the center part of the screen. So style is going to be equals to styles dot container. Okay, below this a button to verify that particular OTP. Here I'm going to say touchable opacity. Here I'm going to have a text being shown which says verify. So within the touchable opacity we're going to have style, that's going to be equals to styles dot your button. Here I'm going to say on press, that is going to be equals to on verify press. All right, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to define the function that is on verify press. So here I'm going to say const on verify press is going to be equals to async function. Here again, if not is loaded, directly try to return. Here we're going to have a try catch block. So try catch of error. I'm going to say console.log verification error, and we're going to show that error over here. Apart from that, I'm going to say set error to be of error dot your errors of again 0.0 dot message, or a hard-coded value verification failed. Okay, that's it. So apart from that, over here in the try block, I'm gonna initialize the sign up attempt. I'm gonna say const sign up attempt is going to be equals to await initialize sign up dot we have attempt email address verification, include that, and this is going to take in your code, basically whatever the user enters. Here we're going to write the condition stating that if your sign up attempt, so basically you can log the details. So if sign up attempt dot your status is equals to complete, then in that case the sign up is done, obviously, right? So I'm going to say await. We're going to set the active session. I'm going to say set active to be of session. I'm going to say sign up attempt dot create a session ID for this particular user. So sign up attempt dot, we're going to make use of the create session ID, this one. Okay, once it's done, we can navigate to the main block, which is handled by the root tab navigator. We need to write the code for that. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Else I'm going to say console.log errors in verifying the user, and here you're going to set the error. I'm going to say set error to be of verification is incomplete, please try again. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save once. This part is done. Let's actually come into the root navigator.tsx and let's write some of the conditions. Let's make it dynamic, basically. So I'm going to say const is loaded, comma set, is signed in, is going to come from your use auth, that is going to come from your clerk itself. So use auth from clerk expo, import that just like this, and here instead of sign in, I'm going to say is sign in, is signed in, and here if at all it's loading, if at all not of is loaded, return a activity indicator. Here I'm going to say return a view, basically within that a activity indicator. Here we're going to have the size that is going to be large, then your color is going to be this color code, that is FF5722. So for the view, I'm going to say style, flex is 1, justify content is going to be of center, and your align items is going to be of center. Pretty much that's it. Let's try to save. Format once. Let's try to give this a try. Okay, so I'm going to press on sign in over here. We need to first of all create. Okay, so I'm going to enter my email. Before that, I need to delete it over here in my projects, because once you create, it's going to come over here. Let's come back to my original project, that is travel planner, I guess. Let's come back over here to the main page. Yeah, I think this was mine. So there you go. We do have the user created. Let's delete this once. Okay, so basically I've entered my API keys over here. You can go into your project that you've created newly and then copy this API key and then enter it over there, right? Let's give this a try. I'm going to create a new user. I'm going to press my password. And let me just check my mail if at all everything works out correctly once I press on continue. I'm going to press on continue over here. Okay, it says clerk is loaded with development keys, but okay, there is some issue. It's giving error. Okay, this error password has been found in an online data breach. For account safety, please use a different password. Yeah, because I've entered a basic password, so it's not taking that. Let's do one thing. I'm going to enter a kind of complex password. Continue. And boom, password has been found in an online data breach. Okay, not sure why this is coming over here. So yeah, finally it's working. It says verify your email, but not sure why it is giving that error. So let's give that a try. I'm going to say 945889 and then verify. And boom, we are finally into the home screen. That is the main tab. So we are able to, implement the sign up functionality properly fine, but not exactly sure why it gave that error in the verify part. Okay, you can actually skip that for now. That is to show the error over here in the verification part. You can show it elsewhere. Okay, save. So this part is done. So let's try to implement a quick logout over here in the profile screen. Okay, let's come back over here and I'm just going to have a logout for now, and then once when you design it, we're going to make it look better. So here I'm going to say pressable, and I'm going to have a text which says your logout. Just have a safe area view so it comes to the correct position. Safe area view and a safe area view. Okay, so let's try to save. Okay, so there is some issue. Okay, so corresponding JSX closing tag for safe area view. Okay, wrong spelling. Okay, safe. Yeah, wrong spelling of this. Yeah, done. Yeah, come back over here. We do have the logout. Let's basically try to implement the handle sign out. I'm going to say const handle sign out is going to be equals to async function, and over here we're going to implement your try catch block. So try catch of error. I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error. Within the try block, I'm going to say await. We need to get in the sign out functionality. Okay, that is going to come directly from clerk. So I'm going to say const sign out. Const sign out is going to be equals to your use clerk get from expo. Okay, here just say await sign out. That's it. So this would basically clear out the session and clear out the tokens as well, and you should be automatically navigated to the login screen. So let's basically give that a try. So I'm going to press on log out over here. Okay, my bad, I have not given the on press. Okay, it's not working. So on press is going to be equals to handle sign out. Okay, so yeah, save, and let's give this a try. And there you go. Boom, we are logged out. It's working absolutely fine. Now if you even reload, no session or no token is found, it should be showing the login screen. There you go. Now let's implement the sign in. Okay, sign up is done. Let's come back to your sign in screen. Here with the same user and password, you should be able to create that. Now if I verify over here in the backend, not this one, in your clerk users, again my user should be created. Let's reload once. Okay, I'm not sure if that's my project. Okay, as you can see, this is my project and I'm able to see my user being created. Okay, which is good. So this part is done. So let's try to implement this, finish implementing the on sign in press. So here I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to on sign in press. So on sign in press, that's looking good. So on the top, I think we have included all of the states required. Let's get in some functionalities or the functions. I'm going to say const sign in comma set active comma is loaded is going to be equals to use sign in It's going to come from clerk expo, import that as expected, right? So that part is done. So let's try to define the function. I'm going to say const on sign in press is going to be equals to a async function. Okay, again same condition, if not of is loaded, directly try to return from the function. I'm going to say return. So I'm going to have a try and I'm going to have a catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.log sign in error with that particular error message, and let's also set the error. It's going to be equals to error dot again errors of your first one dot your message, or a empty string, I mean not an empty string, a hard-coded value, sign in failed. Within try block, let's try to implement the functionality. I'm going to say const again sign in attempt is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say sign in dot again make use of the create method, pass in two things, that is the identifier, that is going to be equals to yeah, let's write this correctly, small s, that's going to be email address. So email address, furthermore your password. Okay, these are the two things. Again I'm going to check the condition stating that if your sign in attempt dot your status is going to be equals to complete, then we're going to set the session. I'm going to say await set active. Here we're going to have the session and we're going to say sign in attempt dot create session ID. Okay, that's pretty much it. Else we're gonna write the conditions, just adding these two conditions in the else case. Let's try to save. Okay, there is some issue over here. I don't think there is equals to over here, just the bracket. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. This would allow you to sign in with your email. Let's give that a try. Enter your email that I created and my password I created. You can basically add in loading indicators as well. So let's press on continue. And there you go. We are correctly signing in. Okay. So this part is done. Let's try to save. Okay. Come back, log out. Now let's implement the final part, that is your sign in with Google functionality. Okay. Let's do this. You can actually check out the docs for this. That is, if at all you come over here, there is a very nice documentation given for this. That is for OAuth providers or your social logins. Let's actually search for clerk over here. Yeah, you can check out this one. Build a custom flow for authenticating with OAuth connection. So you can follow along the documentation and then you can implement this. Okay, it's given properly for expo what exactly needs to be done, and even all of the code is being given. You can explore this and you can try to implement it. Okay, let's try to do that over here now inside of our Google sign-in. So first of all, let's try to create a on press on the functionality, not on the functionality, on your touchable opacity. So I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to on Google sign in press, on Google sign in press. Let's try to define this over here, on Google sign in press, and we're going to make use of the function known as use warm up browser. Basically we're going to use the package known as expo web browser. Let's import these things. I'm going to say import star as web browser from expo web browser. Apart from that, I'm going to say import your linking as well from expo linking. Not sure if expo linking is actually initialized. Okay, I don't think that's needed for now. That is expo linking. Let's skip that for now. And yeah, let's try to write the function, that is warm up browser. I'm going to say const use warm up browser is going to be equal to a normal arrow function. Here initialize your use effect. Okay, so here I'm going to say void web browser dot warm up async. Write your cleanup function. Return void web browser dot your cooldown async. Let's just call this on the initial render over here. That is, just call the function that is use warm up browser. Okay, here I'm going to say const on Google sign in press. So const on Google sign in press is going to be equals to a use callback. Import that from React. It's going to be async function. Here I'm going to say initially set loading to be of true. Apart from that, I'm going to say set your error to be of initially empty. Let's have in your try catch block. So I'm going to say try catch of error. Here I'm going to say not over here. Let's log the error over here. Console.log error with that particular error message. And finally, I'm going to say set your loading to be of false. Let's actually write one more message below the error. I'm going to say set error to be of Google sign in error, or you can actually get in the error itself, error dot errors of 0 dot your message. Or Google sign in failed. That's it. Within a try block, I'm going to say const create session ID comma set active is going to be equals to await. We're going to say start OAuth flow. So this in turn is going to take in your redirect URL. So I'm going to say redirect URL. It's going to be equals to linking dot create URL. Yeah, I think we need linking. Just let's install that. Expo linking. Okay, this part is done. So if at all we get a created session ID, then just set the session for the user. Here I'm going to say if created session ID, then in this case I'm going to say await set active to be of this particular value, that is not of session, that's going to be create session ID. Else I'm just going to say, let's write that correctly, else set your error to be of Google sign in incomplete. Please try again. Okay, let's import linking. I'm going to say import star as linking from expo linking. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. So if you basically check out the docs over here, so this is the usage of your use warm up browser. It preloads the browser for your Android devices to reduce the authentication load. Okay, that's the reason we have used that function and we are calling it over here on the initial render. Okay, so here again it's going to remain similar. We're going to implement the same thing itself. We have implemented the same thing basically. So yeah, let's give this a try. And we need to define the start OAuth flow over here. Okay, that's not yet defined. So over here I'm going to say const start OAuth flow is going to be equals to use OAuth, and this in turn is going to take in the strategy. So here, as you can see, we have a bunch of social connections. We can pass in anything. In our case, we need to pass in Google. Okay, so let's try to save and let's try to give this a try. Okay, let's try to delete the user because it's kind of essentially the same mail itself. So I'm going to say delete, or let's try that out. If at all I have already created another user, I'm going to sign in with Google. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. Not sure. Let's try to reload once. Okay, my bad. Wrong spelling of press on press. Save. Now let's give this a try. There you go, loading, and boom, expo wants to use google.com. Continue, and there you go, it's working absolutely fine. Just let's use this one, coder09, and then continue, and there you go, boom, we are again logged in. It's working absolutely fine. So we are done with both the things. We're able to do login with email, password, as well as Google sign in as well. Just try to reload over here. You should have the new user being created. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So this part is done. So now the next step is we can implement all of these things. That is, once you press on create new trip, we can design that screen and then implement all of the trips for that particular current user. So let's look into that. So we can actually start defining all of the endpoints. So before that, let's quickly design the screen. That is, once you press on your create new trip, it should navigate to the next screen, and then we're going to create a basically we're going to design the screen for creating a new trip for that particular user. So let's actually try to create the new screen, that is the new trip screen.tsx. So I'm going to say new file over here, and I'm going to say new trip screen.tsx, and then rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. So let's include this into our home stack. Here I'm going to say name, that is new trip. Here it's going to be equals to new trip screen. Okay, let's come back to home screen.tsx. Navigation is initialized, so let's just try to say navigation.navigate to new trip. So press on this. So there you go, we are correctly coming into the new trip screen. Let's start initializing this. So this basically contains a couple of input fields, that is for choosing the place as well as selecting your dates for that particular trip. And once when you press on start planning button, we should be navigated to your plan trip screen. So let's initially get in some states that we're going to use over here. So I'm going to write down all of those. So I'm going to start off from the calendar visible. So I'm going to say const calendar visible comma set calendar visible is going to be equals to use state. Initially set it to be false. Then I'm going to say const selected range comma set selected range is going to be equals to use state. And initially it's going to be an empty object. So this in turn is going to contain two things, that is your start date question mark of type string as well as end date question mark of type string, right? So apart from this, I'm going to say const display start. So I'm going to say display start comma set display start is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Furthermore, your display end comma set display end is going to be equals to use state of an initial empty string. Then we have the search visible as well as set search visible. So search visible comma set search visible is going to be equals to use state of initially an empty string. Then we're going to have the chosen location. So I'm going to say const chosen location comma set chosen location is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. Then let's try to come back to the return block. Let's start trying to design this efficiently, right? I'm going to remove this and I'm going to take in my safe area view. So get it from, let's say, safe area, or let's get it from your React Native safe area context. I'm going to say import safe area view from this package. Let's try to initially provide in some basic styling that we'll give, that is a flex of 1, bg of white, and apart from that a padding x of 5. Within this I'm going to have my close button. Okay, so here it's going to have a touchable opacity. Let's basically get in your iron icons from any of the other screen. So let's come back over here and then paste it right over here. Let's also try to import it. So size is going to be, let's say, 28, or yeah, let's keep it to be 28, and color is going to be 000. Save. Okay, this is going to say close, and once you press on this, directly go back. So I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and we are going to say navigation, or let's initialize that. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Here we are going to say navigation dot go back. Let's format and save. Okay, that's working fine. So below this we're going to have the title as well as a subtitle. So let's initialize that text which says plan a new trip. Below that another text which is going to say build an itinerary and map out your upcoming travel plans. Save. Let's try to give the class name for this. So initially it's going to have a text of 2XL. Furthermore, font of bold, text gray of, let's say, 900, and then a margin bottom of 1. Okay, you can also give it some margin top as well, or let's actually give it to the upper view over here. I'm going to say class name margin top of 2, margin bottom of 4. Okay, that's looking nice. So for this I'm going to give the class name. So this in turn is going to have a text of base and then text gray. So I'm going to say text gray of 500 and a margin bottom of 6. So save the file. Yeah, that's looking neat. So now below this we're going to have the where to input button, having a touchable opacity. Within that we're going to have text which says where to question mark, and below that we're going to have the chosen location. So if at all that's present, show that value, else having a hard coded value for now, which is going to say example Paris, Hawaii, or Japan. Okay, so let's give the style for this particular input. I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have a border gray 300. Then we're going to have rounded of XL, padding X of 4, and then padding Y of 3, margin bottom of 4. Okay, that's looking nice. For this, let's start styling this out. Class name, initially text of small, font of semi bold, text gray of 700 and a margin bottom of 1. For this, let's pass on the class name. This also is going to be text of base, not small, so text base, text gray of 500. Okay, as you can see, that's looking neat. So apart from this, next we're going to start styling out your date inputs. So we're going to basically install two things. I've already installed that is your React Native calendars as well as day.js. So let's come back to package.json. Okay, try to install this day.js as well as React Native calendars. Let's come back over here and let's try to initialize the today's date. I'm going to say const today is going to be equals to day.js dot format it into this particular value, that is years, month, and then day. So here I'm going to say import day.js from day.js, right? This part is done. So now the next step is let's try to design this dates input. That's going to happen right below the touchable opacity. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity. So below this we're going to have a view. Within this view we're going to have a text which says dates. We're going to have an optional field over here, and below that we're going to have another view. Within this view we're going to have your iron icons being displayed. So let's get that over here. So this in turn is going to say basically below this, first of all, for the icon it's going to be the calendar icon. Save. Below the iron icons we're going to have the text being shown. I'm going to say text. We're going to say if the display start value is present, then it's going to be equals to day.js of display start dot format it into this particular value, that is your month, and then day, else it is going to be equals to start date. Save. There you go, that's looking fine. Similarly, copy the same thing for your next part, that is below this particular view. Let's write that properly. So this view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show that dot. So in Mac it's going to be option 8, I guess. Yeah, get in that dot, and below that we're going to have the view again with the similar icon. Copy this down and paste it over here. Calendar, here it's going to be display end instead of display start. Save. Let's start styling this out from the touchable opacity. I'm going to say class name over here. So initially flex of row, border gray of 300, rounded XL, padding X of 4, padding Y of 3, justify of between, and a margin bottom of 4. Okay, save. There you go, that's looking better. So for the inner view, let's pass on the style, basically a flex of 1. So class name flex 1 and then margin right of 2. For this particular text, we're going to have a text of small, so text SM, font of semi bold, and then text of gray, all right, of 700, and then margin bottom of 1. So the same color is gonna come, the same styling is gonna come for the dot that is present, and I'm gonna pass in invisible over here. Save. Format once. Okay, that's looking good. So now let's start styling out your next part, that's the view. This needs to come into a row fashion, so I'm going to say class name. So here it's going to be flex of row, then items of center. Okay, that's looking fine. So for your text, that is this one, I'm going to say class name, text SM, text gray of 500. All right, that's looking good. So let's start styling out this as well. it's going to have a flex of 1, margin left of 2, and for this we've already pasted in the code. Okay, for this again it's going to be flex of row and then items of center, and for this is going to be text small and then text gray of 500. Let's try to save. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So I think it's going to have a shorter size, that is 16, right? Yeah, that's looking good. So I think there is a margin right of 1 missing for the icon. Let's add that for the top one. Yeah, I think that's looking clean. So apart from that, the next one is basically your invite and friends design. That's going to come below the touchable opacity. Let's add in a view for that. We're going to have a touchable opacity. So below this, we're going to have a text which says invite a trip mate. And below that, another touchable opacity. Copy this down. So this in turn is going to have the iron icons. So use this one. So color is going to be, 666 itself. Size is also 16. The name is going to be people over here. Save. As you can see, that's being shown. So now, below the iron icons, we're going to have a text which says friends. And we're also going to have one more iron icon, that is the chevron down icon. So here we're going to say chevron down. Okay, so let's start styling this out from the class name. So this in turn is going to have a flex of row and then justify of between, items center, as well as margin bottom of 8. Okay, that's looking nice. For the reachable opacity, there is no styling. For the class, let's provide it. For the text, let's provide the class name, text of small. Apart from that, text gray of 600. Then font is going to be medium. Format. And for this particular touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name, flex of row, and then items of center. There you go, that's looking good. And for your text, let's provide the class name, margin left of 1, text of small, text gray of, let's say, 600, font of medium. Yep, I think that's looking pretty good. So below that, if there's any kind of error message, we're going to show that. We need to access the state for that. So I'm going to say const error, set error is going to be equals to use state initially an empty string. Right. So below the view, I'm going to write the condition stating that if error is there, and initialize a text over here, we're going to show that particular error message. Then I'm going to say class name, text red of 500, text of small, margin bottom of 4. Right, that's looking good. So now the next step is we need to have in the design for an example link that is again related to the UI part. I'm going to say text. So here I'm going to say or see an example for we're going to have another text which says New York over here. Okay, let's pass on the class name for this. So this in turn is going to have text of small, then text gray of, let's say, 500, text of center. Okay, here I'm going to provide in the class name, which in turn is going to say font of semi bold. Okay, and then text gray of 600. Save. As you can see, that's looking clean. So this part is done. So now the next step is we need to define the calendar model, and once we implement all of these things, we're gonna make it work properly. Fine. So let's initialize model. That's gonna come from React Native model. So we need to install that package. or we can actually use it from React Native itself. Even that can be done. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm just going to say model over here from React Native. So this in turn is going to have a view, which in turn is going to have another view. Here we're going to show the calendar that is going to come from React Native calendars. Okay, so we're going to have in a bunch of options, that is marking type, it's going to be period. Then we're going to have mark dates, that is going to be equals to get mark dates. Then on day press, what needs to happen, we need to implement it over here. I'm going to say handle day press. We're going to define that function. Furthermore, min date is going to be today, and all the other dates previously from today is going to be basically disabled. And you can choose your own theme, pass in the color whichever you want to add in. I'm going to say today text color is going to be this one, that is FF5 then 722. Apart from that, your arrow color, this is going to be 00B and then triple F. Furthermore, selected day text color, add in that, this is going to be basically triple F. Okay, so next is the pressable, that's going to come over here to save it. So I'm going to have a text which is going to say save over here. Okay, so for this, first of all, let's provide in the class name. So it's going to have some internal spacing, padding of 4, border on the top, and then border gray of 200, and then items of center, right? So yeah, on press is going to be on save dates. For this, I'm going to say class name, it's going to be text gray of 700, and we're going to have font of semi-bold. Let's actually define all of these three things: get mark dates, handle day press, as well as your on save dates. So on to the top over here, I'm going to say const get marked dates is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to say const marks of type any, it's going to be equals to an object. I'm going to say const start date comma end date is going to be equals to selected range, right? So here I'm going to check if at all my start date is present and not of end date. Here I'm going to say marks included object of the start date is going to be equals to an object. Okay, so here we are trying to set the starting day. So starting day is going to be equals to true, ending day is also going to be equals to true, right? Apart from that, color is going to be this one, that is FF5 then 722, then your text color is going to be white. Okay, else if we have both of the things, that is start date as well as end date selected, I'm going to say else if start date and end date is selected, I'm going to have in a current variable that's going to be equals to day.js of your getting the start date. Then I'm going to say let end or const end is going to be equals to day.js of your end date, right? So here I'm going to say while your current dot is before of your end or your current is same as the end, then we are in the correct position or we are in the correct stack. That means the dates are correct, right? So I'm going to say const formatted is going to be equals to your current dot format it into this particular value, year, month, and then day, right? So furthermore, I'm going to say marks of your formatted is going to be equals to adding your color. It's going to be this one. Furthermore, text color is going to be white again. Then I'm going to say spread and include the formatted if it's equals to start date and your starting date is going to be true. Over here I'm going to say if my formatted is going to be equals to your end date and over here I'm going to say ending day is going to be equals to true. Okay, just like this. Let's format once, and here we are going to say your current is going to be equals to current dot add of 1 comma day, so that it takes in all of the chosen dates, and then we're just going to return the marks over here. I'm going to say return marks. So save. So we need to define the next one, that is handle day press. That is over here. I'm going to say const handle day press is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the day, and over here we're going to say it's going to be a type of date object. Or we can just ignore this for now. Here I'm going to say const selected is going to be equals to day dot date string. I'm going to say over here if not of selected range dot your dates, dot your start date, or if your selected range dot your start date and selected range dot end date if it's present, then in this case you're going to set the selected range. I'm going to say set selected range to be of start date is going to be selected. This is going to come from this particular variable, right? So this part is done. Next we're going to write in the else if condition. I'm going to say else if your selected range dot start date is present and day.js of selected dot is after your selected range dot start date. Then in this case we're going to say set the selected range to be of whatever is there inside of your selected range, and then add in your end date that's going to be selected. Okay, format once. The next one is for your final function, that is on save dates. And I'm going to say const on save dates is going to be equal to a normal arrow function. Just check the conditions and then set the calendar visible to be false. Okay, I'm going to say if my selected range dot start date is present, and I'm going to say set the display start to be of selected range dot your start date, right? Here I'm going to say if my selected range dot your end date is present, then set my display end to be of selected range dot end date, then set calendar visible to be of false. Save. So basically for the model that we have designed, we need to provide in some options, that is over here. So here I'm going to say animation type is going to be slide, and it's going to be transparent, and we're going to say visible is going to be equals to your calendar visible. So wherever we have that dates design, we're just going to set it to be true. So where we have dates optional for this particular touchable opacity on press, taken a function, and we're going to say set calendar visible to be of true. Okay, let's try to save the file. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see the model being shown. I think probably we didn't give the design for the view. Let's try to add that. So I'm going to say class name, I'm going to say a flex of 1 and then a margin right of 2. Okay, so there is no margin right of 2, so flex of 1 is there, and then we're going to have in your justify of center. So I'm going to say justify center and then item center, then bg is going to be black by 60. For the inner view, it's going to have a bg of white. I'm going to say class name bg white rounded of 2xl, width is going to be 11 by 12. Let's actually try to log the state, console.log data and then not model calendar visible. Yeah, so it's false now. Okay, so it's still false, so not sure why exactly it's not trying to set it to be true, because that is where we have given this. Okay, my bad, I'm pressing on the wrong container, sorry. So this one, and boom, there you go, it's correctly opening up and we're able to select it. So there you go. So you can select each of them and basically you can select the start as well as the end date. It's working absolutely fine, right? That's pretty much it. Once you press on save, there you go, boom, July 29th to July 30th. Okay, I was basically pressing on the wrong container, which is pretty bad, right? So yeah, it's working absolutely fine. So this step is done. The next step is to design a search overlay model. That is, once they press on where to, this entire design should go off and then the other design should come up, where we are going to implement the Google Places autocomplete. Okay, let's implement that design right now. That is right below your model. I'm going to say model again, and here I'm going to say safe area view. This in turn is going to have a view, which in turn is going to have a touchable opacity. This is basically going to have the iron icons. Let's get that from over here. Okay, so this is gonna have your arrow back icon, and size is gonna say 24. Color is gonna be 000. And below this iron icon, we're gonna have a text, or below the touchable opacity, which says search for a place. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. So below that, we're going to have the Google Places autocomplete coming. So first of all, we need to install that package. So here I'm going to say yarn add React Native Google Places autocomplete. So yep, this is done. So let's try to give some conditions to the model. So I'm going to say animation type is going to be fade, and I'm going to say visible is going to be equals to search visible. For this, class name flex of 1, pg of white, and then we're gonna have some padding top of 10 and then some padding x of 4, right? So here I'm gonna say class name for this, it's gonna be a flex of row, then items of center, and then a margin bottom of 4. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so there is some issues, so yeah, let's sort it out. So for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name margin right of 3, and for this particular text, I'm going to say class name, it's going to be text of LG, font of semi bold, and then text of gray 900. Alright, so once you press on your the first part, we're going to open up the model. So before that, we need to add in our Google Places autocomplete. So I'm going to add in my code for that. That is right below your view. Try to import this particular one. And you can take a look at the styles. And add in your own Google API key, configure a project in Google Console, enable some of the APIs, that is the Maps API, JavaScript, Maps, and then some other two APIs, and you should be able to have access to the Google API key and just pass that API key over here. Okay, that's it. Let's try to save. And once you press on the where2 container, we're going to set it to be true. That is over here. I'm going to say on press, take in a function. Here we are going to say set search visible to be of true. Okay, so it says cannot read property filter if undefined. So not sure why exactly it's giving that error. So I just need to check in my previous project and then need to install some dependencies. Or let's try to reload the app once. Let's finally fix that issue. It was a very simple issue. I just changed the version of Google Places autocomplete. Okay, because with the updated version, it is not working. I'm not sure why. For that reason, we were getting that filter error of undefined. So come back to your package.json and I just changed the version to 1.8.1. Previously it was 2, I guess, when I installed it, just a couple of hours back. So change to this one, do yarn over here so it gets updated, and then just try to, make it work. It's going to work properly fine. There you go, no issues. I'm going to say mysore, and boom, we are able to see that, place being created, and we are also able to see that place being added over here. Let's say start date and end date, 30 to 31st, and then save. There you go, even that is getting selected. So now I think I forgot to add the planning button or start planning button. So let's add that over here, add the bottommost part. That is right below your error message. So over here, yeah, we are going to say start planning. I'm going to say touchable opacity, having is loading state, or for now let's try to initialize text which says start planning. Let's try to save, and there you go, that's being shown onto the screen. For the touchable opacity, give it some class name, that is bg orange of 500, rounded is going to be full, padding y of 3, items center, margin bottom of 4. That's looking nice. So let's start styling out the text over here. I'm going to say class name text white and font semi bold, text base. Okay, yeah, that's looking clean. So this part is done. So now let's actually initialize 2 endpoints for creating a trip as well as getting all of the trip that is created by a particular user that's currently logged into the application. So here, or after the listen method, I'm just going to say app.post, initially app.get /, which in turn is going to take in the result, the request and the response. Here I'm just going to say result.send trip planner API. Save. So now let's define our post. I'm going to say app.post is going to be / API and then / trips. This is going to have the async method with the request and the response over here. So here let's try to initialize the try as well as the catch block. So initially try and then catch of error. So here I'm going to say console.log error that particular error message, and I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with error being failed to create trip. Right, within the try block, let's start writing down the implementation code. So we need access to a bunch of things, so I'm going to say trip name, and then your start date, your end date, then your start day, end day, then your background for that particular place, as well as the budget. I'm gonna by default keep it to be 0, budget equals 0. Furthermore, expenses equals an empty array, places to visit is going to be equals to an empty array over here, then itinerary is also going to be an empty array, then your clerk user ID, user data is going to be equals to an empty object. All this is going to come from request.body. Okay, here I'm going to check the condition that if at all not of clerk user ID, then I'm going to say return result.status of 401 dot JSON with error being user ID is required. Okay, this part is done. Here I'm going to say if not of trip name. So if not of trip name or not of start date or not of end date, we're just trying to check each of the variables, or not of start day or not of end day or not of your background. If this is the case, then again I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a message being or error being missing required trip fields. Okay, that's it. So now let's try to create a user over here. I'm going to say let user is going to be equals to await access user model, not this one, user dot find. Let's see first of all user is there or not. User model is there. Let's try to get in the user. So I'm just going to say over here at the top import two things, user from models, user.js. Save. I think let's run the API over here. Yeah, so yeah, initialize your user dot find method. We're going to find based on the clerk user ID. If it's not present, then there is no user created in the backend, then create it. I'm going to say if not of user const email comma password, email comma name is going to be equals to your user data. If not of email, then I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with error being user email is required. Okay, and over here we are going to say user is going to be equals to new user, access that model, pass in your users basically your email name as well as the clerk user ID. So clerk user ID, user as well as the name. Then just try to say await user dot save. Okay, so after doing this, the user would be saved into the backend if at all there is no user already present. After that, let's try to create a new trip over here. I'm going to say const trip equals to new trip, pass in all of these details. Okay, that's it. And apart from that, we are going to try to save the trip as well. I'm going to say await trip dot save. That's it. I'm going to say result dot status of 201 dot JSON with a message being trip created successfully. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it for now. So now the next step is we are also going to define the endpoint for getting all of the trips that is created by a particular user. So let's come down a bit, and over here I'm going to say app.get / your API / trips, and it's going to have async method with your request as well as the response in the callback. And here we're going to have your try as well as catch block, so catch of error. Right here, let's try to define the implementation over here for the error block. I'm going to say console.log errors with that particular error message. Below that, I'm going to say result.status of 500 dot JSON with a error being failed to fetch trips. That's it. Within the try block, let's get in two things, your clerk user ID as well as the email. I'm going to say const clerk user ID comma email is going to come from request.query. Okay, if not of clerk user ID, then in that case I'm going to say return result.status of 401 dot JSON with error message being user ID is required. Okay, so here let's try to initialize our user. I'm going to say let user is going to be equals to await access the find one method. I'm going to say user dot find one with the help of your clerk user ID. So if over here no user is found, then in that case I'm further going to check if at all no email is found as well. So if at all no email is found, then here I'm going to say return result.status of let's say 400 dot JSON with error being user email is required. Alright, this part is done. So if at all we do not have the user, here we're going to say user is going to be equals to new user of your clerk user ID, then your email, that's going to be equals to email.toString, as well as your name is going to be equals to empty. Okay, so usually I don't think we would actually come into this condition because the user should be present, because we should have the clerk user ID once it is logged in. Okay, so the next step is we need to get in the trips. First of all, let's try to save the user. Over here I'm going to say await user.save. Okay, that is done. So now over here I'm going to say const trips is going to be equals to await access the trip model dot find method, and here I'm going to make use of the or operator. I'm going to say $or. Here we're going to get in the host, and it should be equals to user dot underscore ID. And then the second part over here, travelers, this also should match the user dot underscore ID. And over here we're going to populate as well. I'm going to say populate, make use of that method. We're going to populate based on the two things, host as well as the travelers. Format once. So once it's done, we're just going to send the result to the front end part in the JSON format. Some reason it's not getting formatted. I think there is a comma over here. Yeah, that's it. Save. Here I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON of all of your trips. Format over here, and then let's try to save. So that's pretty much it. Let's get this working. So let's come back to your new trip screen, and when the user presses on the start trip button, the start planning button, after entering all of the details, we need to call the post endpoint, and then we need to create the trip. So let's come back to new trip screen. That is over here. Come back to start planning. Here I'm going to say on press, take in a function that is handle create trip, and let's define the function that is handle create trip over here. Probably we need to also add in the loading condition as well. Yeah, so let's try to define it over here. So I'm going to say const handle create trip is going to be equals to async function, and let's try to initialize our loading state. I'm going to say const is loading comma set is loading is going to be equals to use state initially false, right? And over here within handle create trip, getting your try catch block. So try catch of error console.log error with that particular error. Within the try block, I'm going to say set is loading to be of true. All right. Apart from that, set error to be of null. Okay, so first of all, we're going to validate the required fields. Here I'm going to say if not of chosen location, or if not of selected range dot your start date, or not of selected date, selected range, let's write that correctly, dot your end date. If this is true, then I'm going to say set error to be of please select a location and date range, and we're just going to return from the function. That's it. The next thing is we're going to get the clerk user data. I'm going to say const clerk user id is going to be equals to user dot underscore id, not underscore, just id. Let's get in that. So over here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to use user from your expo, from clerk expo. Just try to import that. It's going to be equals to user dot id. Const email is going to be equals to user dot primary email address dot your email address. So here I'm going to say if not of clerk user id or not of email. Here I'm going to say set error to be of user not authenticated or email is missing, and we're directly going to return. Okay, this step is done. Now the next step is we're going to fetch the place photo for the background. So we're going to make it look dynamic. So let's say you enter a place called as Coorg. So we need to get the dynamic place for that particular place name that the user has chosen. Okay, so here I'm going to say let background is going to be equals to basically a fallback image. I'm just going to enter that URL over here, and here I'm going to have in my try catch block. I'm going to say photo error. Here I'm just going to say console.log error fetching the place photo with that particular photo error. Within the try block, first of all, we're going to find the place URL. Okay, I'm just going to paste in the URL. You can, take a look at it. Format once. So it's going to be https maps.googleapis.com/this particular path. You can take a look at it. And we need to provide in your Google API key over here. Okay, mine is at the top. You can add in your API key. So after that, I'm going to say const find places result is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say Axios. Not sure if Axios is initialized. I'm going to say yarn add Axios. Okay, I'm going to say Axios, import that dot get method of the find place URL. Okay, this is basically done. The next step is getting the place ID. I'm going to say const place ID is going to be equals to, I'm going to say find places result dot data, go into the candidates and access the 0th position, and it's going to be equals to place underscore ID, right? So here I'm going to check the condition stating that if my place ID is present, then we're going to get the details URL. I'm going to get in the link for that. Okay, so you can take a look at it. So initially we're going to initialize something known as the details URL. Again, which is going to take in your Google API key, and this is going to be the link, that is maps.googleapis.com/maps/API place details as well as the JSON format. So once we get the detailed result, that's going to be equals to await again Axios.get method of this particular details URL. So to get the photo, it's going to be equals to const photo is equals to detail result dot data dot result dot photos. So if at all the photos length is greater than 0, then try to access the first photo and then set it as the background. That's it. So now let's try to prepare the trip data, that is going to be over here. I'm going to say const trip data is going to be equals to an object. So trip name is going to be equals to chosen location. Start date is going to be equals to selected range dot start date. Then your end date is going to be equals to selected range dot end date. Furthermore, start day is going to be equals to selected range dot start date, or we can make use of day.js and then we can format it. Basically, I'm going to say day.js of your selected range dot start date, and over here I'm going to format it into this particular value, that is day. 4 Ds. The next one is going to be your end day. Again similar. It's going to be equal to day.js selected range dot end date dot formatted into this particular value. Next is your clerk user ID, then your user data in the form of an object. It's going to contain two things, email as well as your name. Name is going to be equals to user dot your full name, or an empty string. That's it. Now the next step is we can get your token for authentication, or we can skip that part as of now, and we can send the request to the backend part. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await Axios dot post method. It's going to be equals to https /localhost 3000 /API /your trips as well as the trip data. That's it for now. So here I'm going to say const created trip is going to be equals to response dot data dot trip. Then now the next step is we need to navigate to the plan trip screen. So navigation dot navigate to plan trip with the trip details that was created. I'm going to say created trip. Let's create that screen quickly, that is plan trip screen, where most of the implementation is going to happen. I'm going to say plan trip screen.tsx rnfe s together Sujan code snippet, and then save the file. Right, so now the next step is, let's try to give this a try. Okay, just make sure add in these values correctly. Okay, so that part is done. So let's try to give this a try, that is by trying to create a trip. So let's also try to add the loading indicator for start planning. I think that's going to happen right over here. I'm going to say if is loading is true, then add in your activity indicator. Here I'm going to say activity indicator. So you can add in your size as well as the color. I'm going to say size is going to be small, color is going to be FFF. Right, this step is done. Okay, so yeah, in the handle create trip, we're also going to have the finally block, because we need to make it false finally. I'm going to say finally set is loading to be a false, and let's try to save the file. So that's it. This is the code for creating the trip in the backend part. Let's try to create a trip. I'm going to say where to. I'm going to say Coorg first place, then I'm going to choose 29th to 31st, save, and then start planning. Okay, so we do have some issues. Yeah, it says handle create trip doesn't exist. Okay, it says Axios network error. Yeah, so there is no issues over here. Let's check out if at all that's the correct endpoint we are hitting. So port is going to be 3000. Yeah, we have entered 3000. Then it's going to be equals to API and then trips. Okay, my bad. It should be HTTP, not HTTPS. So let's give this one more try. Start planning. Okay, so it says travelers is not defined, reference error. Let's look into that issue inside of your server.js. So let's come back over here, server.js. It says travelers is not defined over here on line number 83. Okay, so let's look into that. Yeah, I think my bad. I forgot to add that over here in the request.body. It should be coming over here. So just below your clerk user ID or above that, I'm going to say travelers is going to be equal to an empty array. Save. Let's give this one more try. Start planning. Okay, I think now it worked, but this is not working because we do not have a screen. Let's verify that in the backend. I'm going to go over here and then let's try to, reload. And boom, there you go. We do have the trip being created for us. So trip name, Coorg, start date, end date, start day, end day. And there you go. We do also have the background as well. That is from the Google, Places API. That is from the implementation we have done. And travelers is me, myself. Okay, so there is some issue with the travelers part. It's currently null. And yeah, apart from that, everything is working absolutely fine. Okay, this step is done. You can look into that travelers issue. Let's see why exactly it's not working. User.id. So probably some issue with the user, I think this point, or I think it should just be the user, because we are trying to get this entire object from the user. So over here in the users object or in the users collection, okay, so it's completely empty. Okay, so that's weird because over here we need to have the user being created, right? So, but we can see the trip being created, not the user. Let's try to give this one more try. I'm going to delete the trip and let's actually try to log something. So here I'm going to say console.log user and then a user, and let's actually try to log the clerk user ID. That's important. Here I'm going to say console.log data and then clerk user ID. Save. Let's try to delete the trip. Let's try to create it one more time. I'm going to say start planning. Okay, so basically user is empty, and yes, we are getting this. So okay, so if all user is empty, then obviously we should create this user, right? Yeah, I think my bad, we're not even going into the, okay, yeah, actually we are going into this condition, and it's going to check email and user data. I mean, for some reason the user is not getting created, so let's look into that. So over here it's going to say user is going to be equals to new user of your clerk user ID, user as well as the name. Yeah, so this is right because there is no user at this point, so it should go over here and it should actually create this user. All right, let's look into this once more. Let's try to log it over here just to see if at all we are actually coming into the condition or not. So save. Let's delete the trip one more time. Let's try to start planning. Oh, okay, so we are actually not going into the if condition itself because, okay, my bad, I think I messed up with the method. So we need to find based on the find one method, not find method. That's the reason it's not working. So find one based on clerk ID, then only it's going to go inside. So let's try to save. Now it should work. Come back over here and then again trips. Let's try to delete it over here. That's already created now. It should be working. Okay, so there is some other issue, which is fine. Yeah, email is required. It says user is null, errors, user validation failed, email path is required. Okay, so email is basically coming from user data. So user data is coming from over here where we have initialized it to empty as of now. Not sure why we have done that. So let's come back over here to new trip screen. Yeah, so user data is going to be equals to email and your email is going to be equals to this one, which is absolutely correct. And name is going to be equal to user.full name. Even that's right. So let's actually try to remove the hard-coded value and let's check that out. That is this one. Yeah, so here we're trying to get two things from user data, that's email and name. That's right. Let's try to save. Let's give this one more try. We're going to solve this. So trips. I think it got deleted. Yeah, I think it's that. We can try it one more time. I'm going to say start planning. Okay, so still it's failing. It says email is required. So let's try to log our user data over here. Let's see what exactly is coming. Okay, so user data is basically, okay, it's coming over here. Yeah, so we are getting that, but not sure. It's a user validation failed, email path, email is required. Let's check out the user model. Okay, my bad. Okay, I messed up. Okay, so this should be basically email, not user. Okay, so that was the issue. So email. Now it should work no matter what. Let's say start planning. And then boom, it's done. So now we should have both the trip created as well as the user data as well. So there you go. The users is created and trips also. We should have even this being working fine. There you go, even this is working fine. Previously it was null because some issue with the users. So now it's done. This is sorted. We are able to create the user as well as we are able to create a trip. That's good. So now let's create the screen that is a new trip screen or plan trip screen. It's already added. Let's include that into the home stack over here. I'm going to say plan trip screen. Let's try to save. Let's try to give this one more try. Delete, so that we could automatically, log in. So that we could automatically move on to your plan trip screen. Delete this. Delete this too. We're gonna do it in a fresh way. Alright, so again start planning. And there you go. We are coming correctly to the plan trip screen. That's working absolutely fine. So we can actually start designing the plan trip screen, or we can quickly finish designing the profile screen too. Currently when this is empty, that is this one. So basically some user information, that is the the information of the user that's currently logged in, followers following design, sign out button, and then the trips that that particular user has created. Okay, we're going to implement that. So let's get started with the implementation of the profile screen. After that we can navigate to the plan trip screen. So here within profile screen, let's start looking into this particular design. So let's try to initialize some of the basic things over here. So apart from sign out, I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. So import that from React navigation. Then I'm going to initialize my trips. I'm going to say const trips comma set trips is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty array because we can have n number of trips. I'm going to say const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state, initially null. And I also need one more state, that is to store the original backend trips for the navigation part. I'm going to say const raw trips comma set raw trips is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. Let's save. Let's look into the design block initially, some of the basic things that we're going to do, that is all of this part. So within the safe area view, we're going to have the scroll view being initialized. I'm going to say scroll view, taking that from React Native view, and a view again. We're going to have one more text, which is going to say pro over here. For the safe area view, class name initially bg white and then a flex of 1. That got changed even for this as well. Class name is going to be flex of 1. Then content container style is going to be equals to padding bottom of 100. So for the inner view, we're going to give it a bg of pink, as you saw in the screenshot. So bg pink of 100. Apart from that, items is going to be center, padding bottom of 6, rounded is going to be bottom, then 3xl, it's going to be relative. Save. As you can see, that's looking fine. So for the pro, for that particular view, I'm going to have in my class name. So class name is going to be equals to basically absolute. Then furthermore, top of 4, left of 4, bg yellow of 400, padding x of 3, padding y of 1, and then rounded of full. So initialize the class name over here for the pro over here. I'm going to say text is going to be extra small, so XS. Then text is going to be of white. Font is going to be semi-bold. Okay, that's looking okay. So now the next step is for the profile image. Let's show that. That's going to happen right below the view. Take in a view. Within that, have in your image tag. This in turn is going to take in your source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. That's going to be equals to profile image. We need to define that profile image at the top. Let's do that. I'm going to say const profile image is going to be equals to user. So const user is going to be equals to use user from your clerk expo, this package. So here it's going to be equals to user dot image URL and user dot external accounts dot apply the sum method, and for every account I'm going to say account dot provider should be equals to your OAuth Google. If this is true, then I'm going to put in a question mark. It's going to be equals to user dot image URL. Else it is going to be a normal random image, that is a fallback image. So you can basically add in a empty avatar link. You can get it online as well. Okay, so yeah, that's it for now. Let's try to save. Okay, so below your profile image, I'm also going to have in my email. I'm going to say const email is going to be equals to your user dot your primary email address dot your email address, or I'm just going to say no email address. The next thing is for your name. I'm going to say const name is going to be equals to user dot your full name, or just a user over here. I'm going to also create a random handle that's going to be equals to at dollar user dot username, or I'm just going to say user dot id, apply the slice, and then from 0 to 8. Okay, that's it. Let's try to come back over here and then let's try to give in all of the details for the image. So source is going to be profile image, class name, width of 24, height of 24, and then rounded of full. Okay, that's it. Let's format once. So there is no image provided over here because I've not logged in through Google, so it is going to take in the fallback image. Okay, so below the image we're going to have the three texts, that is the name, handle, as well as the email. So here I'm going to say text, this is going to say name, so this is going to say handle, and this is going to say email. Alright, so for some reason the full name is not being shown, not sure why. Let's try to log in the user. Okay, so for some reason the full name is kind of null. Okay, so yeah, let's look into that later. So we can actually try logging by Google and then we can verify that. So here I'm going to say class name. This is going to be for your design, margin top of 3, text of LG, font of semi bold, and here I'm going to say class name. It's going to be equals to text gray of 500. Here I'm going to say class name, text gray of 500. Apart from that, text small, empty of 1. Well, that's looking fine. Below that we're going to have the followers and then following design just below your text. Here I'm going to have my view. Here we're going to say another view. Within this view we're going to have a text which says 0, and over here we're going to have followers. Copy that down one more time, 0 and then following. For this, we're going to give the class name that is basically flex of row, then items or justify center, and I'm going to give it empty of 4 and then space x of 12. For this initially class name, item center, the same thing is going to happen for this as well. And for the text, it's going to have class name font bold, and then text is going to be base. Here I'm going to say class name text extra small, text gray of 500, and then tracking is going to be wide. Same thing for both of the texts over here. Copy that and then even use this as well. Okay, that's looking fine. The next one is for the sign out button right below your view. We're going to say touchable opacity, having a text which says sign out, and over here I'm going to say class name a bg orange of 500, padding x of 6, padding y of 3, rounded of large, and then a margin top of 4. Okay, that's looking nice. So class name for this is going to have a text of white, so I'm going to say text white, and then text is going to be base. Okay, on press is going to be equals to your handle sign out. Save. Handle sign out doesn't exist. Yeah, it does exist, but not sure why it's not taking that. Okay, let's come back over here. Let's try to log out once. I'm going to log in with Google. I want to check why exactly the full name is not coming. So continue. I'm going to use a different account now. Alright, so we are currently logged in, and profile. Okay, so now it's working fine. We are getting the full name, but I'm not sure why exactly it's not showing in the email logging in. Okay, because the previous one was done with email login. So yeah, that's fine. So now the next step is we're going to design the tabs part. That's going to happen right below your touchable opacity or the view. I'm going to paste in the code for that. So this in turn is going to have trips, guides, and the sort button towards the right hand side. And we're going to include your icon. And we're going to include your iron icons as well. So come back to your tab navigator, copy that down, and then paste it over here. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. So now the next step is we're going to first of all show the trip cards. So right below your view, here I'm going to say trips dot length is equals to 0, and if there is no error, then in this case, or I'm directly going to say and again, I'm going to show a view which says no trips found, create a new trip. So for this, I'm going to give in class name that's going to be equals to padding x of 4 and then empty of 4. So class name over here as well, text gray of 500, and then text sm. Save. So as you can see, I just logged in with a fresh user, so this user has not created any trips. So it's going to be no trips found, create a new trip. Okay, now let's also write the design for showing all of the trips. That's going to look like these. Okay, basically those cards. So here I'm going to say trips dot apply the map functionality for every trip as well as your index. I'm going to render a new pressable. Here I'm going to say pressable, get it from React Native. And within that, I'm going to have my image. So this in turn is going to have in your source, which in turn is going to have in your URI, that is going to be equals to trip.image. Okay, here we're going to have the class name. So here it's going to have a width of 16, height of 16, rounded LG, margin right of 3. Okay, currently we cannot see that because there are no trips created. Once we create a trip, we're going to look into that. Let's have a view over here. This view in turn is going to show the trips dot days left. So here I'm going to say trip dot days left and here I'm going to have a text. I'm going to say in trip dot days left. Save. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a flex of 1, and for this is going to be the styling. You can take a look at it. So below that, we're going to have the text to show the trip dot name. It's going to be equals to trip dot name. Below the text, we're going to have a view. This view in turn is going to have an image, and over here we're going to have in your source, which in turn is going to have in your URI, and we can actually show in a random image, or we can actually show the user who has created itself. That's going to be profile image, and it's going to have a width of 4. So class name, width of 4, height of 4, rounded is going to be full, and a margin right of 2. Okay, and for this I'm going to give the class name flex of row, flex row items center. Below the image, you're going to have the trip dates being shown. Initialize a text for that. It's going to be equals to trip dot date, then your dot trip dot places. And then places over here. Okay, this part is done, and finally we're going to have your end typo icon. So name is going to be equals to dots 3 vertical, and your size is going to be equals to 14, and color is going to be equals to 999. Import end typo as well. I'm going to say end typo. Save. Yeah, that's it. Let's try to give the style for this one. Class name, so text small, text gray of 500, and for the name it's going to be kind of bold or small itself. So class name, text small, font is going to be semi bold, text gray of 900, then margin bottom of 1. Format, let's quickly define the use effect to get in the details. So here I'm going to say use effect. So it's going to be dependent upon your user, or you can directly call the function that is fetch steps within a use focus effect as well. So let's do that. So here I'm going to say const fetch trips is going to be equals to use callback. It's going to be a async function. All right, so here we're gonna have in your try and then catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm gonna say console.log error with that particular error, and over here I'm gonna say set your error to be error dot response dot your data dot your error, or failed to fetch trips. Okay, within the try block, get in your clerk user ID. I'm going to say const clerk user ID is going to be equals to user dot ID. If not of clerk user ID, then in this case I'm going to say set your error to be of user is not authenticated, and then directly try to return. Okay, this is done. Next is let's initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios, import that dot get method. This is going to be the URL http localhost 3000 in our case /API/trips, and over here I'm going to say params is going to be equals to your clerk user ID. Let's try to define a formatted trips. I'm going to say const formatted trips is going to be equals to response dot data dot go into the trips, apply the map functionality for every trip. I'm going to get in the ID. That's going to be trip dot underscore ID, name trip dot your trip name. All right, then the next one is going to be your date as well as the image, so you can add in these values. Okay, import day.js from day.js. Apart from that, the next one is for the places. So I'm going to say places. This is going to be trip dot places to visit dot length or 0. The next one is going to be days left. It's going to be equals to day.js of trip dot start date dot is after day.js. If this is true, then it's going to be equals to day.js of trip dot start date. There's something known as a diff method. I'm going to make use of that. Difference of the day.js with respect to the day. Else it's going to be equals to null. Format once, and we're going to set the trips over here. Set trips to be your formatted trips, and set the raw trips to be of response dot data dot trips. The next one is going to be set error to be of your null. That's it. So let's try to format once, and then let's try to save the file. Yeah, we need to call this fetch trips function within your use focus effects. That's that whenever the screen comes into focus, we're going to call this particular fetch trips. So let's come back over here, or yeah, we could call it right below this. Make sure to import use focus effect from React navigation. Save. Yeah, hopefully there should be no errors. Let's verify that. Let's try to log the trips and let's see what exactly it's giving. It should give an empty array. So console.log trips and then trips. Okay, it's empty, it's working fine. Let's try to create a new trip. I'm going to say create new trip, where to, I'm going to say Coorg, Karnataka. Dates are optional, so 29th to 31st. Save and then start planning. And there you go, we have created the trip, it's working fine. Let's come back to the profile over here. And there you go, we are able to see this. Okay, the design is completely messed up, not at all working fine. So we need to fix that. Okay, so we need to look into this one, starting off from the pressable. As you can see, we're able to see the image as well. That's looking good. So starting off here, class name, it should be flex row, items start, bg white, rounded XL, shadow of small, and then let's say mx of 4, and then empty of 4, and then some padding of 3. There you go, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. Probably we need to provide some shadow. For some reason it's not being applied. Yeah, so apart from that, everything is working fine. So 0 places added, and it's in 3 days. Even that is working properly fine. Just that we need to add in that kind of, shadow. So shadow sm is given, and yeah, mx4 as well as mt4, even that is present, and padding of 3. Use my previous code to just check why exactly it's not showing up. Save. Okay, so even in that it's not present. Let's come back over here, previous. Yeah, so for now we're going to keep it as is. Okay, so once when we press on each of the card, we should be able to navigate. I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and we're going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is plan trip. Okay, this in turn is going to take in the params, that is going to be your trip. It's going to be raw trips of your index. Yeah, so some issue with the brackets. Let's come back to the previous state, and then let's add it over here. That's it. Let's try to save. So let's press on this. Okay, raw trips doesn't exist. Okay, why is that happening? Okay, wrong spelling of raw trips. Save, and there you go, we're coming correctly to the plan trip screen. You can navigate from here as well, because over here we're going to show basically all of the trips. I mean, over here we're only going to show the first trip that's being created, and we're going to show a see all button. Once they press on see all, they would be navigated to the profile, and once they come over here, we're going to show all of the trips created by the current user, and they can navigate just like this. Okay, so that's how we're going to navigate. So it's working absolutely fine. So this part is done. So now the one final step is to complete designing the plan trip screen, where many of the other AI features are present. That is to have an AI chat screen, and also to use AI to fetch and show the itineraries or create itineraries for users. So let's get started with implementing the plan trip screen. So now let's head over to the new screen, that is the new plan trip screen. Yeah, that's this one, and let's start designing this. So this basically consists of the major part of the implementation, where we have the AI chat screen, the map screen, and basically where you add your itinerary, where you add your places, as well as manage the expenses part. Okay, so it's going to be a long page of code for this particular screen. So let's get started. So initially, let's initialize all of the states that we're going to use. So I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, and I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to use route of your route prop, and get in your home stack param list from that particular file, that is navigation folder, and it's going to be equals to plan trip over here. Okay, that's it. Next is let's try to get the trip. I'm going to say const trip, that is of the initial trip. I'm going to write it like this, is going to be equals to your root.params. Okay, Next is, as you saw in the demo part of the video, we had a bunch of designs for show notes, show places, and which our tab is selected. So for that, we're gonna have some state being initialized. So it's gonna be root.params. So next is gonna be for show notes. I'm gonna say const show notes, comma set show notes is gonna be equals to use state of false. Then I'm gonna say const show places, comma set show places is gonna be equals to use state, and initially it's gonna be true. I mean, yeah, both it's gonna be true. My bad. So true over here as well as true over here. And once when you press on the drop down, we're gonna not show the content for that particular type. Okay. So next one is for the selected tab. I'm gonna say const selected tab, comma set selected tab is going to be equals to use state. Initially it would be selected to overview, and we basically have 4 tabs, that is overview, itinerary, and then expenses and the guides. Okay, so I'm going to say const model visible, comma set model visible is going to be equals to use state of false. So next we're going to initialize our model mode. I'm going to say const model mode is going to be equals to, or const model mode comma set model mode is going to be equals to use state. It can be of any kind, that is place or expense or your edit expense or your AI. Okay, so I'm going to say AI, and by default it would be pointing to of place, of type place. Okay, next is for the active places. So I'm going to say const active place, comma set active place is going to be equals to your use state, and it would be initially pointing to be null, right? So I'm going to say const, next is the selected date, comma set selected date is going to be equals to use state, initially pointing to be null. So yeah, we can also have in the state for your expenses, or we can do it kind of later. Let's have it for the error. I'm going to say const error, comma set error is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Okay, let's try to get in the categories over here. So you can feel free to copy this down, that is categories containing all of these array of strings, and these are your split options that we're going to use while designing the expense tab, right? So now let's actually get started with the return block, that is some design, and let's try to design it as we saw in the demo part of the video. So come back to the return block that is over here, and let's try to initialize a safe area view. So import safe area view from React Native as such, and initially provide in the class name. So it's gonna have a flex of 1 and a bg of white, so safe. As you can see, that's being applied, which is good. So below that we're gonna have a view container. Let's have in that view, I'm gonna say view over here, and I'm gonna have my image, import that from React Native, and we're gonna have in a source, which in turn is gonna have in a URI. Okay, it's gonna be equals to your trip dot your background. You can basically try to log the trip. So this trip is coming from your route params. Okay, you should be able to get all of the required details. Let's provide in the class name for this, and before that let's try to provide in a fallback image. That is, if this is not present, automatically we're gonna include a different image that's a hard-coded value. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. Next thing is for your class name. Let's give that, I'm going to say class name, it's going to have a width of full and even a height of full as well. Save. Okay, trip doesn't exist. Let's look into that. Okay, so let's actually set that trip up because it's not taking that value. So here I'm gonna initialize a new state for that. I'm gonna say const trip comma set trip is gonna be equals to use state, and it's gonna have in your initial trip. So now basically after setting this state, we should be able to see the image. Let's give that a try. Let's come back to profile and then the trip, and boom, we are able to see that. Let's try to design this properly. So below the image, we're gonna have another view that is self-enclosing. Let's provide the class name for this. This in turn is gonna have absolute positioning. So absolute top of 0, left of 0, width of full, height of full, then bg black by 30. Okay, so as you can see, that's being applied correctly fine. Next, then let's initialize the touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. Here we are going to show the arrow back icon. Let's get in the iron icons. And let's try to search any of the iron icons over here. So this is gonna come over here. Let's import it at the top. Okay, my bad, copied the wrong one. Right, so this is going to be your close icon or the arrow back icon. So I'm going to say arrow back save. So first of all, let's make this relative and give it a particular height. It's taking the full space. I'm going to say relative. Then I'm going to give it a width of full and then a specific height of 48. So it takes up only that much amount of space, right? That's looking fine. So for the touchable opacity, we're going to have in again absolute positioning. I'm going to say class name. It's going to be absolute, right? Apart from that, it's going to have a bottom of minus negative 32 pixel, left of 4, and then right of 4, bg white of just bg white, padding of 4. It's going to have rounded XL, shadow medium, flex is going to be row, justify between, apart from that items center. Save. And there you go, that's looking pretty good. So now below your iron icons, we're gonna have the next design being shown, that is the trip details. So below this, let's initialize a view container. Within this, I'm gonna have a text which says trip to your trip.name. Okay, I mean not trip.name, trip name. That's the correct spelling. As you can see, trip to Coorg, Karnataka, India. That's showing fine. Below that, we're gonna have another text which is gonna show your trip.start date as well as the trip.end date. So here we're gonna say if my trip.start date is present, question mark, then make use of day.js, and here I'm gonna say trip.start date dot format it into this particular value, that is month, and then day, else it is going to be not applicable. And below this, just copy this down. So I'm going to just change the condition. If it is trip.end date, then it's going to be day.js of trip.end date, else it's going to remain as is. Save the file. As you can see, 729 to 731, that's being shown correctly. So again, class name for this. So I'm going to say class name. This is going to have text of small and then text gray of 500, margin top of 1. Okay, that's looking okay. So now for the view, let's pass on the styling. I mean, not for the view, for the text, upper text, this one. So class name, this in turn is gonna have, you know, text of LG and font of semi-bold. I think I forgot to add a view below the touchable opacity. Let's add that correctly. Okay, and below this we're gonna have another view, which in turn is gonna show the, you know, image, and yeah, image is already imported. Let's try to get in the user from clerk. I'm gonna say const user is gonna be equals to use user, and here we're gonna show the share button. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, just like that, it's looking really good. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save. So this is the design. Just add in an extra view within that view which we forgot to add, and then having this view at the leftmost part and this view towards the rightmost part, which contains your icon as well as the share button. So this part is done, and if there is any error, you can show that below over here, or you can skip that part. The next step is you're going to show the tab kind of design. That's going to happen right below the view over here. I'm going to say view. This is basically an array of strings, so I'm going to say overview, itinerary, and we're going to have your next one, that is your explore tab as well as the dollar tab. Okay, so over here we're going to apply the map method, and for every tab and then the index, we are gonna, you know, render a touchable opacity. So I'm gonna say touchable opacity. So this in turn is gonna have an, you know, a key that is gonna be equals to index. So I'm gonna say key index, and over here I'm gonna say having a text and just show that particular tab. Save. As you can see, we have all the 4 tabs: overview, itinerary, explore, and then the dollar. So class name for this, I'm going to say flex of row, and then padding x of 4, margin top of 12, border B, border gray of 200. Okay, that's looking cool. So for the class name, I'm going to give the style for the touchable opacity basically. So this in turn is going to have, you know, let's make use of backticks initially. That is just like this. It's going to have margin right of 6, so it gives the space between each of them, padding bottom of 2, and if my selected tab is going to be equals to tab, then it's going to have a border bottom of 2 and border orange of 500. So border orange of 500 over here. Else it is going to remain as is. I'm just going to provide in a empty string. Yeah, so it's done. Let's format once. This is the style. Save. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty good. So once you press on each of them, let's try to select the tab. I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and it's going to be equals to set selected tab of tab. I'm going to say set selected tab of your tab. There you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty clean, right? That's it. So now first of all, let's start designing the overview tab. So here I'm going to write the condition stating that if my selected tab is going to be equals to overview, and we are going to show the design for this. I'm going to say scroll view. So within the scroll view, we're going to have a view being initialized. Within this, we're going to have a text. Basically, it says wander log level. This is related to the UI part. So I'm going to say text over here. It's going to say basic. So for the scroll view, it's going to have a padding x of 4 and some padding top. So class name, padding x of 4, and then padding top of 4 again. And for the view, I'm going to give it some margin bottom. So class name, margin bottom of 6, right? And then bg of white. Apart from that, rounded is going to be lg, and then a padding of 4. That's looking okay. So for the text, let's pass on the style. This in turn is going to have a text of sm, and then text gray of 500, and then a margin bottom of 1. Okay, that's looking fine. So below the text, we're going to have that, kind of progressive design. So I'm going to have in a view over here. This view in turn is going to have another view. Over here, we're going to have the class name. So I'm going to say class name. This is basically going to have a width of 1/4, height of full, bg blue of 500. And for the upper view, let's provide in the class name. I'm going to say class name over here. This in turn is going to have a width of full, height of 2, a bg gray of 200. Then it's going to have a rounded of full, overflow is going to be hidden. As you can see, just like that, that design is looking pretty good. So yeah, this part is done. Now the next step is we're gonna have some hard-coded values for the adding a reservation design, as well as explore the things to do. That's gonna come right below this one. I'm gonna say view over here. So within this view, we're gonna map over basically some data. Here I'm gonna say dot map. Okay, I think we need to make use of parenthesis, not parenthesis, your curly braces. And here we're going to apply the map method. So I'm going to say dot map. So for every card as well as your index, here let's try to render a view. Within this, I'm going to have a text, right? So here we're going to show the title. I'm going to say card dot title. Below that, we're going to have your card dot subtitle. I'm going to say card dot subtitle. Apart from that, we're going to have a view. Within this view, we are going to having two pieces of text. I'm going to say text. It's going to have your skip as well as the start button. So here I'm going to say text and then start. I'm just going to paste in the hard-coded values. It is just going to be an array of strings. Okay, basically two pieces of strings, title as well as subtitle. Save. There you go. That's being shown onto the screen. So key is going to be equals to id x. Right, let's start styling this out for the view. I'm going to say class name over here. This in turn is going to have width of 48%. I'm going to say 48%. Then we're going to have a bg of white, a padding of 4, rounded is going to be lg, and shadow is going to be small. Not sure why we are getting that. Let's try to reload. Yeah, so that's looking okay. So now for the text, let's pass on the style. I'm going to say class name over here. So class name. So here I'm going to say font of semi-bold, margin bottom of 2, and then a text of sm. And for this, I'm going to say class name. This is going to have a text of extra small, text gray, as well as text gray of 500, and then a margin bottom of 3. Okay, so for this particular view, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a flex of row. Then we're going to provide in some justify of between. Okay, for this particular text, initialize the class name. Here initially text blue of 500, then text XS, font is going to be medium. Copy down the same piece over here and then add it over here. So let's make this look perfect by designing the final view. I'm going to say flex of row and then justify between, margin bottom of 6. Let's format once and then let's try to save. Okay, yeah, that's it about this design. Now the next step is to design the reservations as well as the attachments. So I'm basically going to add in the design for that just below the view. So here we're going to have in a text known as reservations and attachments. We're going to have in a array of strings again containing label as well as the icon, and we're going to show the icons as well as the text, and these are the styles for it. You can take a look at it. Save. As you can see, just like that, it's looking clean. This part is done. Now the next step is we're going to show all of the types, that is your nodes, places to add, and then those details. Having a view for this view in turn is going to have a touchable opacity. Below this we're going to have your text which says nodes, and apart from that we're going to have your icons over here. This is going to have your chevron up or chevron down icon depending upon whether or not the show nodes is pressed or not. Let's get in the icons. Let's say this one. Copy that down and then paste it over here. Okay, let's write in the condition, and here I'm going to say show nodes question mark chevron up, else it's going to be equals to chevron down. Okay, and color is going to remain as is, that is this one, or we can keep it to be gray. Save. And we can actually try to reduce the size. It's pretty big, 20 is enough. Yeah, so for the view we're going to give it class name, right? This is going to have a border top. I'm going to say border T, then border gray of 200. Apart from that, it's going to have a BG of white. Yeah, as you can see, that is the border being shown, which is looking good. For the reachable opacity, we're going to give it a styling, that is row fashion styling. So here initially padding of 4 and then flex of row, justify between, and then items is going to be center. So basically initially it's up. If I press on this, it should go down. So for that, for the reachable opacity, give the on press. I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and over here we're going to say set show nodes to be of opposite of show nodes. If it's false, make it true. If it's true, make it false. There you go. It's looking absolutely fine. Okay, and yeah, below the reachable opacity we're going to show the condition stating that if at all show nodes is present, then only go ahead and then show this particular design. So I'm going to say view over here. So let's try to add in a text which is going to say write or paste general nodes here, example how to get around local trips reminders. Okay, save. As you can see, now we're able to show that onto the screen. So pass on the style for this, that is class name. This in turn is going to have padding x of 4, padding bottom of 4. As you can see, that's looking good. For the text, let's give in the class name. Initially text gray, so text gray of 500, text of small. As you can see, that's looking nice. This part is done. Finally, the next step is for your places part. So it's essentially going to be the same design itself. Copy that down and then let's make the change. So this is going to say places or places to visit. So So I'm going to say places to visit. As you can see, that's looking good. Change the state over here. It's going to be show places. This is going to say set show places. And over here, if show places is true, then when we make it dynamic, we're going to actually show all of the designs over here. Okay, yeah, I think we can actually make it dynamic now itself by checking the length. Okay, so here we're going to check and let's remove that. We're going to say if show places is present, and over here check the condition stating that if your trip dot access the places to visit within that, places to visit or an empty array dot map over it, I'm going to say dot map for every place as well as index. We're going to say render the place card. So I'm going to say render place card of place comma index. Let's format once over here. And the next condition is if not of trip dot places to visit, if not trip dot places to visit or your trip dot places to visit dot your length is equals to 0, and over here we're going to show a text which says no places added yet. Let's try to just define the render place card over here at the top so that it doesn't error out. So I'm going to say const render places card. It's going to be equals to a normal function. It's going to take in basically the card and the index. Yeah, it's going to take in the place and the index. Save. As you can see, for this particular trip, there are no places added by the user. So it's going to be no places added. Okay, it's showing correctly itself. So this part is done. Let's try to style this out. I'm going to say class name. This is going to have, text of SM. So text SM and then text gray of 500. All right, that's looking good. So below that, we're going to have a touchable opacity to add a place. So right below this design, I'm going to say touchable opacity, and we're going to have a text which says class name, text SM, and then text gray of 500, and here we're going to say add a place. For the touchable opacity, let's provide in the class name initially border and then border gray of 300, rounded is going to be LG, padding X of 4, and then padding Y of 2, right? Yeah, so this is looking good. So that's it. Format once. You can also actually try to give a margin top of 2 as well. Yeah, that's looking pretty clean. So this step is done. So now the next step is we're actually going to implement the AI functionality. That is, once when you come to a trip, we should be able to show the 3 buttons that you saw in the demo part of the video. That is your map, your AI assistant icon, as well as another icon. So that we're going to render it at the bottommost part. So yeah, let's do that over here. That is right below your scroll view, so that it is going to stick onto the screen. It is not movable. Okay. So let's initialize the touchable opacity over here. So this in turn is going to have in 3 kinds of design. One is for your AI chat, one is for your map screen, and one is for your normal UI design. The first one is going to be your material icons. Let's get that. I'm going to say material icons. The name is going to be auto awesome. furthermore, your size, that's going to be equals to 24. Color is going to be equals to triple F. Okay, let's pass on the touchable opacity. I mean the style to the touchable opacity. So class name, it's going to have a width of 12, height of 12, rounded is going to be full, bg gradient 2 tr from pink 400 to purple 600. Item center, justify center, and having a light shadow. Save. Material icons doesn't exist. Okay, so let's import that. I'm going to say material icons. So there you go. We're able to see that icon onto the screen. So let's initialize 2 more icons, and let's try to finish off the AI chat screen. So the second one is going to be your iron icons. So I'm going to say iron icons over here. So here, instead of auto awesome, we are going to say map icon. The next one is going to be from again iron icons. So add in your iron icons over here. Here we're going to have the add icon. Save. And as you can see, we have all of the 3 things. So we're going to have width of 12, height of 12. There is no need of bg gradient for the remaining 2 icons. So backspace. So it's basically going to have bg of black. The same thing over here as well. Remove this and then bg of black. That's looking good. So for the second and third, we're going to provide some margin top value of, let's say, 2. So empty of 2. Let's write that properly. And same thing over here as well. Yeah, I think that's looking good. So for the view, let's provide in the class name. It's going to have absolute positioning. So I'm going to say absolute and then right of 4. So right of 4, bottom of 20, space y of 3. For some reason, space y is not working, not sure why. That's the reason I've given, empty. And then items is going to be end. Okay, that's pretty much it. So it sticks onto the screen. You can directly press on each of the icon. Let's try to create our AI chat screen. Then let's try to implement that. So I'm going to, create a new screen known as your AI chat screen. So I'm going to say AI chat screen.tsx rnfes. Include the screen within your home stack over here. Copy this down. Here I'm going to say AI chat. Here it's going to be AI chat screen. Import that from the screens folder. Format and then let's try to save. So this part is done. So let's try to navigate once when we press on the AI chat, and we're going to send in the trip name to that. So once when we go to the AI chat screen, we're going to show some automatic prompts to the user for that particular trip name. Like, we're going to ask, like, give me some of the best places to visit for that particular trip, or give me a formulated itinerary for that particular trip. So yeah, let's implement that. So let's come back to your plan trip screen, and then we're going to navigate once when we press on this. I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and here I'm going to say navigation.navigate to AI chat. So here basically we're going to say navigation.navigate to your AI chat, and we're going to pass in some information that is basically the trip name. I'm going to say location is going to be trip.your trip name. Save. Let's give that a try. And there you go. We're coming correctly to the AI chat screen. So here let's try to design this, and once when we press on any prompt or if we ask any question, the AI should basically give us the response. We're basically going to make use of the GPT-4 model. Okay, so let's come back to AI chat over here. And let's try to start designing this. I'm going to have in my route being accessed, I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to use route, and I'm going to say const location is going to be equals to your route dot params. Let's initialize your navigation as well. It's going to be equals to use navigation. Okay, apart from this, I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to use user from your clerk expo. Furthermore, we're going to have in the messages data, I'm going to say const messages comma set messages is going to be equals to use state. Okay, this in turn is going to have an object which is going to say from user or AI, and your text is going to be of the format string. Let's try to import your use state from React. Okay, let's format once, and you can actually access your route just like this by passing the root prop. So access your route by passing the root prop instead of directly accessing the use route. Access this as well as access this too. Let's format. Yeah, probably your AI chat is not defined. That's the reason it's erroring out. So now let's initialize the input. I'm going to say const input comma set input is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string, as well as your loading. I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, again of an empty string. So let's look into the design part now. So below the view, we're going to have the header being shown. This in turn is going to have a view, which in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Access that from React Native. This in turn is going to have your iron icons. Get in your iron icons over here. So include this. This is going to be your arrow back icon itself. Save. So for the view, I'm going to give it some class name. Initially a flex of 1 and then a bg of white. Okay, padding top of 12. Apart from that, padding x of 4. Okay, that's looking good. Or let's give it 14. Yeah, that's fine. So for this particular view, I'm going to say class name flex of row item center margin bottom of 4. So below your touchable opacity, we're going to have a text which says AI assistant. Format once and then let's try to save. Okay, that's looking fine. So for this, let's provide in the class name margin left of 4. Text is going to be LG and then font of semi-bold. Okay, that's looking good. So next is the info banner. That is just for the design part. I'm going to say view over here. This in turn is going to have a text which says 4 messages left. Here we're going to have another text which says get more. Let's pass on the class over here. So class name, this in turn is going to have bg orange of 100, padding of 3, rounded medium, and then margin bottom of 2. For this, we're going to provide in the class name initially text of sm, text orange 600, font of medium. Okay, as you can see, that design is looking good. For this, it's going to have a separate design. I'm going to say class name, it's going to be underline. Okay, as you can see, that's looking fine. So now the next step is we're going to have in two pieces of text that is going to come within a view. So having that view, it's going to have a text which says the AI assistant is purely informational. It does not have edit access to your trip plan. Below that, we're going to have one more text which says information generated. So I'm going to say text over here. So information generated by AI assistant may not be fully accurate. Let's pass on the class name over here. So I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have a BG blue of 50, padding of 3, rounded of medium, and then a margin bottom of 4. Okay, that's looking fine. For the text, let's provide in the class name text of small. So text SM, text orange 600, font is going to be medium. Yeah, that's looking fine. Class name for this, text of small, text blue of 600, margin top of 1. Okay, that's looking cool. We can actually give some margin top to this as well, or margin bottom of 6. Margin top of 4 and then margin top of 2. Yeah, that's looking good. So the next step is we're going to show the suggestions. So we need to first of all include the suggestions. Let's access that over here at the top. I'm going to say const suggestions is going to be equals to an array of strings. That's going to be best places to eat in. That's the first suggestion. Then 3-day itinerary to the last one is top attractions in. Okay, now let's map all the suggestions and then show it on towards the left hand side. Okay, just below your this view, I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show don't know what to ask, try these examples. Right, so yeah, we're going to say a view for that. Within that view, I'm going to say suggestions dot map for every question as well as the index. We're going to have a touchable opacity being shown. So touchable opacity, and here we're going to have a text which is going to show that particular question. So question as well as your location. Save. As you can see, don't know what to ask, try these examples. Best places to eat in Coorg, India. 3-day itinerary to Coorg, as well as top attractions in Coorg. So that's working absolutely fine. Let's have in your class name for this margin bottom of 4. For this, let's give this style. So class name, it's gonna have in font of semi bold. Okay, and for this view, I'm gonna say class name, it's gonna have a flex of row, flex wrap, as well as gap of 2. For the touchable opacity, I'm gonna say class name, it's basically gonna have BG gray of 100, padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, rounded full, margin bottom of 2. For this, let's provide the class name. I'm going to say class name, text of small, text gray of 800. Okay, there you go. That's looking pretty clean, and you can actually give some margin top of 1. Yeah, that's looking good. So this part is done. Now the next step is the chat messages. So for that, it's going to be a scroll view. Below this, I'm going to say scroll view, import that, and I'm going to say messages dot map. So for every message as well as your index, we're going to show a view. So within this view, we're going to have another view being shown. Here we're going to have in the text being shown, that is your message dot text. So below the view, I'm going to have my condition being checked, stating that if my message dot text, so this is basically coming from the hard-coded array that we have checked, right? This one. So we're going to check if it is from the AI, I mean not message dot text, message dot from, my bad. If it's dot from, which equals to your AI, and over here I'm going to render a touchable opacity. So we're also going to provide an option of a mail, such that if at all they like the response, they can actually mail that particular response to that particular original mail. So here I'm going to say icons, name is going to be equals to your mail, size 20. Apart from that, your color is going to be this color code, that is 007AFF. Okay, and if at all it's kind of loading, and we are going to show a view, within that an activity indicator, right? Here we're going to have in the size, so size is going to be small, then your color is going to be equals to orange. For this particular view, let's provide in the class name, that is bg orange of 50. It's going to say self start, and then some padding of 3, rounded LG, as well as margin bottom of 3. Okay, so let's design this part of the view. So I'm basically going to add in my styles for this. Okay, so key is going to be equals to idx, and yeah, we're going to check the class name. So if at all the message dot from is going to be equals to user, it's going to come towards the self end part, else it's going to come towards the self start part. So basically AI towards the left, and then the user's response towards the right, or the user's queries towards the right. And here we're going to have in the send mail. Okay, so first of all, let's implement the AI feature. We're going to make use of the GPT-4o mini model. Okay, so let's have in this function written now. I'm going to say const send mail is going to be equals to a async function, just going to take in the message, right? So now let's try to first of all implement this. Okay, so we're going to have your text input that is not yet written, that is right below your scroll view. I'm going to say keyboard avoiding view. So keyboard avoiding view, within this we're going to have a view being shown. Within that we're going to have a text input, import that from React Native. This in turn is going to have a class name, flex of 1, text of small. It's going to have a placeholder as well, which is going to say ask any travel related questions. Format. Okay, so below your touchable opacity, below your text input, let's provide the value. So the state for this has already been initialized. It's going to be input. We have done it at the starting point of this screen design. On change text, it's going to be equals to set input. Okay, Here we're gonna have a touchable opacity. I'm gonna say touchable opacity. We're gonna have your 9 icons. Name is gonna be equals to arrow forward, size of 24, color is gonna be equals to black. Let's provide in the style for the view, class name, flex of row, item center, border, rounded full, padding x of 4, padding y of 2, margin bottom of 4, bg gray of 50. And boom, just like that, it's looking pretty clean, which is okay. So over here I'm going to provide in the behavior, if at all my platform, let's import platform from React Native. If it's OS, is going to be equals to iOS, it's going to be equals to padding, else undefined as of now. And I'm going to provide in keyboard vertical offset as 80. And I'm going to say keyboard vertical offset 80. Let's format over here and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so this step is done. So for the touchable opacity, we're going to first of all disable if at all there is no input given and if the user presses on the next button. So I'm going to say disabled not of input dot trim. And we're gonna have in the on press, which is gonna get in, take in a function, and then it's gonna be ask AI of your input, whatever the user is given. Okay, and for your suggestions, let's make one more change. It's gonna have on press, and we need to set the input if at all they press on any of the suggestion. I'm gonna say on press ask AI, make use of your backticks and then your question along with your location. Okay, that's it. Let's try to define the ask AI function now. Let's scroll up, and over here I'm going to say const ask AI is going to be equals to a async function. It can take in the query of type string. Okay, I'm initially going to say set the messages to be of whatever is there in the previous, add in those, so just spread out that just like this, and we're gonna have in the from, that's going to be user because this is from the user, and your text is going to be from the query. And I'm going to say set inputs to be of empty and set loading to be of true because now the AI is going to think and get back with the solution. Right, this is done. Now let's initialize the try catch block. Let's make the call to open AI. So I'm going to say try catch of error, and over here let's try to log the error, console.log error with that particular error message, and you can actually set the messages to be whatever is there in the previous. You're going to spread the previous, include that, and you're going to say from AI, if there is any error, it is going to have a text which says sorry, I couldn't fetch a response. That's it. And finally, if everything is done, just set it to be false, set loading to be false. Okay, that's it. Within your try block, let's do the implementation. Just directly try to access the result. It's going to be equals to await axios dot post method. This is going to be your URL, that is https://api.openai.com v1/chat completions. Now this in turn is going to take in the model to use. I'm going to say model. I'm going to use GPT-4o. So I'm basically going to add in my other details as well, that is the messages. So role is going to be of type system, and content is going to be you are a travel assistant for that particular location, and this is going to be the role of user, and then content is going to be of query. Here I've hid my API key, so make sure you get in your API key. So you can head over to Chrome and then search for OpenAI platform, or search for platform.openai.com, and here make sure you are logged in with any of your account, and make sure you have some credits left. Okay, so just try to sign up or log in. Once you do that, go into your pricing or go into your API keys. Once you add in some credits, let's say you add in for about $5, go to your API keys and then create an API key. Use that API key and then come back over here, copy down that API key, and here you're going to say headers and add in your authorization. So authorization, it's going to be equals to your bearer token. Write in bearer and then add in your API key over here, paste it over here. Okay, and content type is going to be equals to application/JSON. So I have added my API key over here, that is at this point. You can add in yours. So once that is done, you're going to initialize your response or the reply. I'm going to say const reply is going to be equals to result dot data dot choices of 0 dot message dot your content, and I'm going to say set messages to be of your previous message, include that previous message as well as now the from, that's going to be from AI. Text is going to be the reply. That's pretty much it. This is your functionality for sending a query to your AI, and then it's gonna reply back with the response. Let's try to save the file. Let's actually try to give this a try. If everything works, basically we should be seeing the reply also being correctly shown from the AI because we have mapped over here. Let's try to give this a try. I'm gonna first of all check 3-day itinerary to Coorg, and boom, there you go, it's currently loading. If everything works fine, we should be able to get the correct results from the AI. And boom, there you go, it finally worked, and it has provided us with the response. So it says Coorg, often referred to as the Scotland of India, is known for its lush greenery, blah blah blah, and then it is given all of the 3 days itinerary for you. And at the bottommost part, boom, there you go, we have that email icon. So once if you press on that, if you're interested, you can get all of these details directly to your email. So we need to define that now. So for that, we're going to define basically a simple endpoint within your server.js. First of all, let's try to go over there and then implement this functionality. So over here, I'm going to say at the top, let's try to initialize your node mailer configuration. Let's see over here, I'm going to say const transporter. I'm going to say transporter is going to be equals to node mailer. Node mailer is already initialized, I suppose. Yeah, it is there imported. So we do have a method known as create transport. So this in turn is going to take in your service to use. I'm going to say service, that's going to be Gmail. I'm going to provide in my auth. This in turn is going to take in two things, that is the user, from where the email is going. I'm going to enter my name or my email, as well as your passcode. So enter your passcode. So to get the passcode, head over to Chrome, press on your Google account, press on manage your account or app passwords. Okay, and you can create a new app password over here, and once it is done, you should be able to get that particular key. Okay, these are mine. Enter an app name and then create it. You should be able to get it. Copy that and then paste it over here. I'll be pasting mine over here. Once that is done, let's try to create an endpoint to send the email to that particular user who's currently logged in. I'm going to say over here app.post method. So app.post, it's going to be /API/send email. This in turn is going to have your async method with the request and the response in the callback. Have in your try and then your catch block. So catch of error. Here initially we're going to say console.log error with that particular error message. And I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with error being failed to send email. Within try block, it's pretty simple. Let's try to get in two things, email as well as the body to send, your subject as well as the message. It's going to come from request.body. Right, and I'm going to check if at all there is no email or if at all there is no subject or if at all there is no message, then we're going to say return result.status of 400.json with a message being or error being email subject and message is required. That's it. Here let's configure our mail options. To send the mail, I'm going to say const mail options is going to be equals to an object. So I'm going to say from, that is going to be my mail. You can enter your mail 0@gmail.com, and 2 is going to be email, subject is going to be subject as well as your text is going to be your message. That's it. Let's just try to send the mail. I'm going to say await transporter dot send the mail of your mail options. That's it. So result.status of 200.json with your message being email sent successfully. Safe. So let's try to add in the function over there at the top in the AI chat screen to send the email. So here I'm going to add in my code. I'm going to say const send email is going to be equals to async message. I think there is another one. Yeah, let's remove this. Let's try to import alert and then save. Okay. So let's give this a try. So basically it is an async function containing a message, taking a message of type string. First of all, get the email from your clerk. That's going to be equals to user.primary email address. If no email, then just alert the user and then return from the function. Then we're going to actually alert the user. Do you want to send the mail and do you want to send the mail to this particular email? If that's true, then try to hit the endpoint, that is this one, http localhost 1000 /API send email. This is your travel assistant response for that particular location. Send the message and then send the email. Both of them is present. Once it is done, it's going to be showing correctly with the alert box. Let's try to save the file. Let's try to give this a try. I'm going to press on email over here. I think we already have the on press initialized, as you can see, send email. So let's give that a try. I'm going to press on this. Okay, send to email. So do you want to send this response to coder09ag? Because that's the correct person who's correctly logged in. I'm going to press on send. Okay, so there is some issue. It says failed to send email. In the backend, it says username and password not accepted. Okay. All right, let's do one thing. I'm going to create a new passcode for this and then let's try that out. I'm going to come back over here and then I'm going to say app name, travel project, create, copy that down. That's my app password. And then I'm going to enter it over there and then come back. So, all right, I've just, entered my passcode over there at that particular point. So here I'm just going to press on email again. Let's see, hopefully it should work this time. Let's give that a try. So let's again look into your server.js file. For some reason it's erroring out because this is essentially the same code that I've used in the previous project. Okay, my bad, I forgot to add the at value. Okay, so that was my issue. So just try to add in the at value and then you should be able to get this working. So come back over here, not over here. Okay, so this time it should send the password, send the content, send, and boom, there you go, success, email sent successfully. I'm just going to check my email or the email with which this particular user is logged in, and yes, I'm able to see that email being shown. So yeah, it's pretty much working fine. So yeah, you can implement this as well. So this part is done. So AI chat screen is done. You can actually try to ask some other query as well. I'm going to say top attractions in Coorg, Karnataka. As you can see, it's currently loading. Once it's done, it's going to show the response. And there you go. It is giving all of the top 10 locations, that is Abbey Falls, Talakaveri Raja Seed, Dubare Elephant Camp, and all of these places are essentially top places in Coorg. And again, you do have that email icon to send the response back to the user through the mail. So this part is done. So yeah, we have completed the part 1 of the application. Since my max space is running out, I need to record till this much and then complete the next part in the second part of the video, where we're gonna have the Google Places autocomplete to add in the place and then set up the itinerary. Even over here, we're gonna make use of the AI to actually generate the itinerary for the user. And you're also going to design your map screen as well. That's going to happen in part 2. That's going to remain short itself. So we have 3 parts remaining, that is itinerary, places to add, as well as your expenses for that particular trip. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. Let's see you in the next part, and then thank you for watching.